Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. But that's just one of the things we're doing today. We're doing quite a few different activities. We've got three things on the docket today, and the first thing that we're going to be covering is we're going to be covering not this, but we're going to be covering where is it? HackerFrogs After School Digital Forensics. So I'm hoping to start a digital forensics class. Actually, I guess this is kind of a dry run for that digital forensics class, and this is the first session for digital forensics. And we're going to be taking a look at digital pictures today, and that's going to be the first part of today's stream. In the second part of today's stream, we're going to be doing a little hacking demonstration for Windows machines, and that's going to be over at hackmyvm.eu. So the machine that we're going to take a look at today for hackmyvm.eu, Miss Honey says, "Hey, I made it on time. Welcome to the stream, Miss Honey. And let's give you a fun Nyan Cat, just because we can do that." Welcome to the stream, Miss Honey. Okay, so yeah, for the second part of today's stream, we're going to be taking a look at the Windows challenge over here called TriplAdvisor. And if you're interested in hacking along with us, you can always access the machine from this link over here. And that's going to be the second part of today's stream. In the third part of today's stream, we're going to be doing a Windows hacking challenge. And the Windows hacking challenge we're going to be doing is over here on the Hackers Labs, which is a Spanish language hacking site where you can download vulnerable virtual machines and hack against them. The name of today's challenge over here is going to be called Espeto Malagueno, which I think it translates out to English as a Malagan Skewer. Malaga is a region in Spain, I think, and Espeto is a skewer. So that's the name of the challenge. It's always fun learning Spanish while you're learning about hacking. So that's going to be the third activity in today's stream. But without further ado, let's go ahead and access the first challenge in today's stream, which is we're going to be covering some digital forensics. So over here, we're going to be covering digital forensics, and we're going to be making use of the PicoCTF challenges. So that's going to be over at PicoCTF.org. If you don't have an account over there, you can make a free account there, and you can join along with us. Of course, if you prefer to watch only, then that's fine too. But it's a lot more fun if you get hands-on with us, and you'll see how exactly you solve these challenges. All right, so let's begin. We're talking about digital forensics, digital pictures. So these are picture files. So hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the first intro to digital forensic workshop, and let us begin. So we're talking about digital image files, otherwise known as digital pictures. And this is image file forensics, digital pictures. There are a few different ways information can be hidden in these type of files. So oftentimes when you come across CTF challenges, there will be a forensics category, and usually some of the easier challenges in the forensics category involve taking a look at a digital picture file and figuring out where they've hidden the information. That is maybe the secret flag that you need to retrieve. We're going to be talking a little bit about EXIF and image file metadata. So for anybody who doesn't know, whenever we create an image using some sort of picture-taking device, there is a lot of metadata that is included inside the image. This is called EXIF, or I'm not too sure what EXIF stands for, but that's the name of the metadata that's created when you create a digital picture. So metadata is data that provides information about other data. So the metadata here is talking about the picture. In the context of digital image files, each file has a plethora of metadata information which is generated when the picture is taken. And this can include where the image was taken, otherwise known as the GPS coordinates, when the image was taken, its date and time, and the type of device used to create the image, which is the manufacturer and the model number. So we can tell from this metadata here that this image was created on 2018. I think that's August 24th at this time, and it was created using an Apple device, and the Apple device was an iPhone 6S. So an interesting thing about digital images in particular is that they're usually created with with GPS information. So you can see this GPS information here, and if for some reason you were able to retrieve an image file, a picture file, with this GPS information intact, then you could probably figure out where the picture was taken. So for photos, this metadata is called Exchangeable Image File Format, otherwise known as EXIF, and the EXIF standard is associated with digital cameras, smartphones, and scanners. So while EXIF data is useful for archival purposes, this metadata poses a serious security risk when image files are shared, especially when they're uploaded to the internet. So we see here that sometimes there are apps that you can use, and you can plug in a picture file with the GPS information, and it'll show you on the GPS map where that image was created. So the most obvious example of risk is the abuse of EXIF data, which could allow third parties to discover a person's residence or neighborhood through GPS metadata. So we're going to explore a little bit about how we handle picture files for forensics by solving a little challenge. So let's learn more about image metadata and how to access it by solving the information challenge in PicoCTF. So we can go ahead and go to this link, and let me grab that link. I'll provide it to everybody in the chat. And let's go ahead and go over to PicoCTF. So PicoCTF, we're going to plug in the challenge URL. And I guess it is the site is acting a little bit slow. So sometimes the PicoCTF server acts a little buggy. Let's try reloading the page. Could not retrieve the challenge list. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we'll look for it. Okay, here we go. So the information challenge is here. And this is I got the URL correct. Okay, so before we start the challenge, we probably want to download this file to our PicoCTF web shell. And first of all, let's figure out how to open up that web shell. So after you've logged into PicoCTF, go ahead and click on the practice button over here. And it says log in first. I'm not logged in anymore. Huh. Okay, let me get my login information. Just a second. So we are the Shy Hat. Okay, and our password is this. Click on login. I'm pretty sure that is the correct information. Did not respond. Okay, let's try logging in again. All right, now we're logged in. Sometimes the PicoCTF server acts a little buggy, but that's okay. All right, so after we're logged in, we can click on the practice page over here. And on the practice page, there's this button here, which is labeled Web Shell. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the screen, and it's labeled Web Shell. We can go ahead and click on it, and this is going to bring up our PicoCTF Web Shell, which is basically a Linux virtual machine, And this is very convenient for solving PicoCTF challenges. So we want to make this terminal nice and big. So we're going to click on this button right here, which is labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. So in the web shell, at the top, to the right-hand side, there's this button called Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. It looks like a box with an arrow pointing out. Go ahead and click on it. And that's going to put the web shell in its own browser tab, which is what we want. We're going to type clear, and we see that there's not very much in our home directory over here, but that's fine. This challenge is called information, so we're just going to create a directory that we're going to be solving the challenge inside of. So we're going to do make dir, mkdir, information, and then we're going to enter that directory. Remember, if you're spelling something out, you can always press on the tab key to autocomplete the name of the file, and it's very, very handy. Okay, so now that we're in the information directory, we're going to get ready to download that file. So we need to go back to the PicoCTF page. I'm going to get that challenge URL one more time. Okay. So the information challenge here is an easy challenge from the forensics category from PicoCTF 2021. It says, files can always be changed in a secret way. Can you find the flag? And they've got this link over here that goes to cat.jpg. So we can go ahead and right-click on this and select Copy Link. So we select Copy Link because we want to download it to our web shell. We're going to go back to the web shell. Okay, so sometimes the web shell will disconnect, so you just need to connect back into it. We're just going to go back into our information directory, and we're going to use the wget command to download the file that we copied. So it's wget and then space, and then we can paste in the file location here. After that, hit enter, and that's going to download the file to our machine. So we can see, after we do the ls command, that the cat.jpg file is in our directory here. And from here, what we want to do is we want to use the exif command to get more information about this file. So remember, we talked about exif metadata, and so the exif tool command is one command we can do to get all of the metadata from a particular image file. So exif tool space cat.jpg. Hit enter. Okay, so this is all the metadata that is associated with this cat.jpg file. So there's a lot of metadata here. So it tells us the file size and the file type and a lot of other information as well, including the copyright notice over here and a bunch of information that I'm not too sure about. Big Man Ting says, wow. Yeah, so every digital picture file that you create has a lot of this kind of information included. So if you were to take a picture with your phone, and you can go ahead and take a look at the details of that picture, it's going to have all this information here. And in fact, it's going to have the GPS information in there as well. So Miss Honey says, are social media sites good at removing metadata? I know some do, but I don't know if others can still extract it. So here's the thing. Most of the time when you upload pictures to social media sites, they're going to scrub the metadata off of the image before they publish it to your feed. Most of the time. But there are some security concerns where those social media apps might keep the metadata. They might keep the metadata for themselves when they scrub it, and so you just have to be careful. This is, it's all about data, and sometimes people talk about how these big social media companies are gathering up all your data and selling it to other people. You just need to be aware of this stuff. Okay, so can you see something that might be a bit off about any of this metadata here? Something that looks like it might be a secret code. So there's a couple of things that you might interpret as a secret code here. So in this case, it would be the value of this license right here. So we see license over here, and then we see a bunch of random letters and numbers. Yes, that's right, Zorgul, you've got it correct. So what do you think this might be? There's a certain encoding method that this very well could be. If you can identify that encoding method, then go ahead and let us know. Zorgul says, evening frogs. Good evening to you, Zorgul. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay. So what kind of encoding method could this be? Let's talk a little bit about this. So this isn't exactly, this has more to do with cryptography than digital forensics, but you see this kind of stuff everywhere, especially in CTF stuff. Let's talk a little bit about that. Over here. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about base 64 encoding. Base 64 is a widely used encoding method, which is commonly used to transform file and picture data for transmission over computer networks. So Big Man Ting says, is this a hash? Zorgul says, looks like base 64, but no padding characters to give it away. So, right. So usually, we'll talk a little bit more about this. So base 64, this is a widely used encoding method, especially in CTF challenges. In CTF challenges, you're going to see a lot of base 64 encoding, and you're going to see a lot of ROT13 encryption as well. But we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the cryptography section much later. So what does it do? It transforms text and or data bytes into strings, like the one illustrated above. Base 64 also features a lot in CTF challenges and is used to disguise information. So you can actually do this with your Linux terminal. You can echo out some sort of message, and then you can pipe that into the base 64 command, and this is going to give you the base 64 encoded version of that command. We can actually demonstrate this on the web shell here. So let's clear this, and we could echo out any message we want. Maybe we can echo out, we are HackerFrogs, and we can pipe that into base 64. And this is the base 64 encoded version of we are HackerFrogs, this message over here. So Zorgul talked about padding characters. So one dead giveaway for base 64 is that sometimes you're going to see these equal signs at the end of these strings, and that's usually a good indication that we're looking at base 64 encoded data. Keep on going over here when I should be going over here. Okay. So in the example above, the text this will be encoded into base 64 is transformed into the string underlined in red. So the base 64 encoded strings can be identified as a string of characters composed of any of the characters located in the encoding table seen here. So the reason why this encoding standard is called base 64 is because there are 64 characters inside of the character set. So that character set includes all of the capital letters, all of the lowercase letters, all of the numbers, and a couple of symbols like the plus symbol and the slash symbol over here. So the encoded strings can also contain the equal sign if the encoded string character length is not evenly divisible by 4. So base 64 strings are always a number of characters divisible by 4, and if they're not, then a number of these equal signs are going to be added so that they do become a number that is divisible by 4. So in the underlined string, the character length is 43 without the equals characters. So one equal sign is added so that the length equals 44, a length that divides evenly by 4. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this information here, the EXIF information from the cat.jpg file. So this is the string we're looking at here. We might as well copy it And then what we're going to do is we're going to decode it using base64. There are a couple of different methods we can do to do this. The easiest one, because we're already in the web shell, is we can echo out. We can echo out this string, and we can pipe it into the base64 command with the decode. So it's going to be echo this string over here, and then we're going to pipe it into the base64 command with the -d argument, which decodes. So the result is this. PicoCTF, the metadata is modified. So this is the flag for this particular challenge. We can copy it. Then we can go over to the PicoCTF site, the information challenge page here, in the flag submission field, paste in that flag, click on submit flag, and then we're finished. But there's another method we can do as well. So there are a lot of different sites. Let me go back to the web shell. So here, we're going to copy this base64 encoded string again. And we can go to any old internet website over here and type in base64 decode. And there are a bunch of these utility apps online. So we can just click onto this one, and we can paste in our base64 code here, and then we can click on the decode button. And it essentially does the same thing. It gets us this message here. PicoCTF, the metadata is modified. It's the same flag that we got from the other method. Okay, so let's move on. So next, we're going to talk a little bit about the contents of image files. So at an abstract level, files either contain human-readable text, which is letters, numbers, and symbols, and or non-human readable data, which is program code and instructions that are not meant for people to read, but for computers to read. And this is also called binary data. So this is an example of text file contents. It is intended to be read by users, that is, people. So this is Notepad inside of Windows. You can type any text you want in there, and this is an example of text content. And this is an example of data file contents. It is not meant to be read by people, but rather it's meant to be read and executed by machines, that is, computers or software. So if I open up the calculator binary, which is the calculator program inside of Windows, using some sort of Notepad program, it's not meant to be read. So this is what we see when we try to open that up: a bunch of stuff that's not meant to be read by people. So in digital picture files, the majority of their contents are non-human readable data that is intended to be read by an image viewing program or the web browser. So this cat over here is made up of a bunch of data bytes. It's not made up of text contents. And the reason you're able to see it is because some program has interpreted this data file into this form. So when opened with one of these programs, the file's data is read and the image appears on the screen. However, as we learned earlier, there are often text strings present inside of image files. So if we go back to our example on the web shell, so we've got the cat.jpg file here. If we run the file command on it, which identifies the contents of a file, it says that this is JPEG image data. So this is not necessarily something that people can read. If we try to just read the file normally with the cat command here, so cat.jpg, that's very funny, we're going to see a bunch of stuff that people can't read. So this is an example of the data, but there are strings in here as well. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a little bit. So however, if image files are opened with a program that isn't designed to read image files, then the contents of the file will appear to be gibberish, just like this. So let's go on to part 2. Let's learn more about text versus data and how to extract text by solving the Glory of the Garden challenge in PicoCTF. All right, so let me get the URL for that challenge, and I'll paste it in the chat. Here you go. And we can go back to our PicoCTF website, and we can go over to this challenge here. Okay, so before we start doing this challenge, over at the web shell, we're going to do a little bit of cleanup. So we're going to back out into our original directory. Remember, you can go back to your home directory by doing cd by itself, and that's going to bring you to your home directory. You can do pwd to see which directory you're in, and you should be in /home/your username -PicoCTF. So we've got the information directory here. We're done with it. We're not going to be using it anymore. So we're just going to do rm-r information to delete this directory. Okay, and we're going to make a new directory to solve the new challenge. We're going to do make directory glory. How about we just call it glory garden, and then we can enter that directory by using the cd command. Okay, now we're ready to solve the challenge. Okay, so we've got ads coming up on Twitch, so I don't want the people on Twitch to miss any of this stuff. So we're just going to take a short 90-second break, and we're going to watch some. We're going to watch my favorite bird videos over here, and please enjoy while the ads are going on Twitch. We'll be back in about 90 seconds, everybody. But enjoy the birds and their bird bath. I'm just going to take this opportunity to have a little drink of water. Just a second. So to anybody who's wondering, these are Stellar's jays. They're basically the West Coast version of blue jays, and they look a little bit like a combination between blue jays and crows, and they're just the funnest little birds. I have a little camera in the background in my backyard, and I record the birds come around and they take a bath, they have a drink. They eat from the bird feeder, and I record this stuff, and it's really fun to see them doing stuff outside. Anyways, the break is going to be ending in just a bit, so I'm just going to put the birds away, and let's continue with our PicoCTF challenges. Okay, so once again, if you want to join in with us, you can access the challenge over here from PicoCTF. Here's the link. And what is this challenge? So the challenge is called Glory of the Garden, and it's an easy challenge from the forensics category from the PicoCTF 2019 event. The description says, this garden contains more than it seems, and we've got a link over here. Of course, if we wanted to just open up the file and take a look at what the image looks like, we can always just download it normally, and then open it from our downloads directory here. So this is what the image looks like when we open it up with the image program. But this isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for some hidden information. So let's go ahead and right-click on it and copy the link. And then we're going to go over to our web shell. In our web shell, we're going to download the file using the wget command. So it's going to be wget and then space, and then paste in the file path over here, then hit enter. And that's going to download the file. So you'll know that the file is downloaded when you do the ls command, and you see the garden.jpg file is in here. So remember, in our last exercise, we used the exif tool command to take a look at the metadata for this file. So we can do that once again. Okay, and we see that there's a lot of information here. We've got our resolution, we've got our file type, we've got our We've got our device manufacturer, so HP. I'm not too sure what kind of HP device created this. Device model, and all sorts of other stuff over here. But unlike the last challenge, we don't know, this doesn't tell us what the flag is. So how do we look at the flag? Does anybody know any other programs we can use to get additional information out of these kind of files? If you know, let us type in the chat. So there's a certain command that we can try to use to get human readable text out of picture files like this, or binary files in general. So let's talk about it. Over here, we're going to talk about the strings command. So the strings command is used to return human readable text, otherwise known as strings, from files. It's used to return text from files that contain both data bytes and text, for example, picture files. But there are a bunch of other files that contain data and text, and we can use the strings command to return just the human readable text from these kind of files. So if we run this command by itself, it's going to return all of the strings, which often isn't useful because there's a lot of random bytes in files that can also be interpreted as ASCII characters, and ASCII characters are human readable text. So let me demonstrate. So over in the web shell, we've got the garden.jpg file here, and we can run strings on it. And it's going to give us all of the human readable strings in here. So coincidentally enough, there's this flag message over here at the bottom, but we're going to pretend that that we weren't able to find this, first of all. And let's talk a little bit more about this. If we run the command with the number argument, we can specify the minimum length string to display in the output. For example, if we run strings with the -16 argument, then only strings that are at least 16 characters in length are going to be returned by the program. So if we go over to our web shell, and let's see. So a lot of these really short strings are like 4 characters in length. Let's try running strings with the -6 argument. So only strings that are at least 6 characters in length are going to return. So we're going to see that what we get back is a lot, it's a smaller amount of data, but we can increase this even more. So let's try strings with 16. So only stuff that is at least 16 characters is going to return. So if we do that, then we get this metadata over here, but we also get the flag. So oftentimes it's very important to know how to use the tools to only return the information that you want. And in the case of the strings tool, you want to have a minimum length for stuff to be returned. So that's important for the strings tool. All right, so we've got the flag here, so we can go ahead and copy it. The flag was hidden in the strings. It wasn't in the metadata, but it was included in the file. So we can go ahead and copy this, and then go over to PicoCTF website, go over the garden, in the flag submission field here, click into it, paste in, and then click on Submit Flag. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, it says, hooray, you solved this challenge again. Okay, we've got one more concept to cover before we finish out today's lesson on digital forensics. And let's go back to the presentation. So we're going to talk a little bit about embedded files. So what are embedded files? Embedded files are files that exist inside of other files. So embedded files are often associated with archival file types, such as zip and rar. However, embedded files can be found in many common file types, such as Word files, Excel files, PDFs, MP3 audios, and various picture files. So all of these can have other files embedded inside of them. And we're going to learn a little bit more about this with the Matryoshka doll challenge over at PicoCTF. So if you don't know what a Matryoshka doll is, it's basically a nesting doll. It's associated with Russian culture, and it's a doll inside another doll inside another doll. So let's go ahead and go over to this page. Okay, we've got the Matryoshka doll challenge here. Before we do this challenge, we're going to go to our web shell and we're going to clean it up a little bit. So inside the web shell, we've got Glory Garden, this directory here that Farnosec says Word files are actually. I didn't know. I didn't know that Word files are actually zip files. But I learn something new every day. Thank you very much for letting us know that, Farnosec. Okay, let's get rid of the Glory Garden directory because we're done with it, and let's make a new directory. We're going to make a directory called Matryoshka. It's a tricky word to spell, but anyways, let's enter the Matryoshka directory, and then let's get ready to download the file. And Farnosec, thank you very much. Thank you very much for following, Farnosec. Let's give you a fun little hack the planet, just because that's what we do. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's go back to the PicoCTF website here. So this is the Matryoshka doll challenge. It's a medium challenge from the forensics category from the PicoCTF 2021 event. It says here that Matryoshka dolls are a set of wooden dolls of decreasing size placed inside one another. What's the final one? So the image is this. So first of all, we can take a look at what the image looks like when we look at it normally by downloading it and opening it up. So this is well, I mean, you can't see the dolls put inside the other doll, but this is what a traditional Matryoshka doll might look like. Okay, so let's go ahead and get out of here, and we're going to copy the link to this file. So we're going to hover over the link, right-click, and select Copy Link. Then we're going to go over to our web shell. So in the web shell, we're going to use the wget command to download the file. So this is going to be wget space, and then paste in the file location here. After we do that, hit enter. And that's going to save the dolls.jpg file. So if we do ls and we see the dolls.jpg file in here, we know that we've downloaded the file successfully. So we can do all of our usual tricks. We can do exif tool, and then the name of the file, which is dolls.jpg, and we can get the exif information. Dark Disruptor says, "What's up? What's up, Dark Disruptor? Nice to see you here." And we're doing our last exercise for digital forensics, and we just did a little introduction to the type of methods that we do to take a look at digital picture files. And here we've got our exif information. So this is metadata about this particular dolls.jpg file. So there's a lot of information here that we can look at. But in particular, there's an error message in here. So there's this warning message that says minor trailer data after PNG IEND chunk. So this kind of error message will appear whenever there's some sort of embedded file inside of this picture file. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So we're going to be talking about the binwalk program, because this is the program we're going to be using to extract the file from this from the image file here. So binwalk is a CLI program used for analyzing and extracting data from files. So it is used by cybersecurity students and security researchers to analyze and reverse engineer binary executable files as well as other file types. So when we run it with the file, it will return the contents of that file, identifying embedded files. So we can go ahead and run binwalk on this dolls.jpg file, and it's going to tell us what the contents of the file are. So let's go ahead and do that. So over at the web shell, we're going to run binwalk on the dolls.jpg file. Okay, so we see that there are a few different files in here. So there's PNG data, there's TIFF image data, and there's also a zip archive data file in here as well. So it says here that the file is in this directory called base images, and it's another file which is a JPEG file called 2_c. So what we can do is we can extract this using binwalk. So we're going to do binwalk-e for extract, and then the name of the file that we want to work on, which is dolls.jpg. So we're going to run that. Okay, and then after it's done, we can take a look inside the directory, and we see that this new directory has been created, _dolls.jpg extracted. So we're going to enter that directory. So in this directory, there is this zip file over here, but there's also this base images directory in here as well. So we're going to enter that base images directory, and there's the 2c.jpg file in here. So we can also use binwalk to investigate this file. And when we do that, we're going to see that there's another file that's there's another zip file that's embedded in here. So this is inside, there's this 3c JPEG file inside the base images directory again. So what we can do is we can extract this as well. So we're just going to do binwalk-e, and it's going to be 2_c. So let's see. Furnosec says, "Have you seen -m for binwalk?" I actually don't know about that argument, Furnosec. Does that do it recursively? Because if that's the case, then that would be very handy in here. Okay, so we've now extracted the next file, which is 3c inside the base images directory. If we take a look in here, we see there's this new directory that was created. We can enter that directory. Then we can go into the base images directory. The M is short for Matryoshka. That's great. You know what? I might try that out after we finish doing this the manual way. But thank you very much for letting me know about that. So we're going to enter the base images directory, and there's the 3c.jpg file here. Of course, we can do the binwalk on this file as well. And it tells us that there's a 4c.jpg file in here, and we can extract this as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So it's going to be binwalk-e and 3_c.jpg. So this might seem a little bit tedious, but we might try out Furnosec's trick for doing it all in one step after we've done it manually here. Okay, so we've got the 3c extracted directory now. We're going to enter that. And then there's the base images directory. We're going to enter that as well. And there's 4c.jpg. Okay, we're going to do one last binwalk for 4c. And we see here that there's one last embedded file in here. So there's a zip archive with the file called flag.txt. So that's probably what we want to access over here. So we're going to extract this. So it's going to be binwalk-e on 4c.jpg. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into that directory and take a look at the flag.txt file. So if we just read the flag.txt file, we've got this over here. So we might as well copy the PicoCTF flag like this, and then go over to the PicoCTF website here, Matryoshka doll. Click into the flag submission field, paste in, click on submit flag, and then we are finished. Okay, so Furnosec talked about a -m argument for binwalk. I want to explore that. Let's go ahead and go back, and let's go back into our home directory. We've got Matryoshka over here, so let's enter that directory first, and let's get rid of all of the dolls, all the other directories we created over here. Okay, so after that, we only have dolls.jpg now. Let's go ahead and try out fernosec's command over here. So it's going to be binwalk-m. Is it just... So binwalk-m dolls.jpg? Let's go ahead and try that. Okay. Oh, it would be me. All right. Well, did this create anything? No, it didn't create anything. Okay. So let's do... We can do -m and -e at the same time, or you can combine it, like what fernosec demonstrated there. So let's go ahead and try this. Okay, so it looks like it did all of these steps all at once. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look in here. So we've got base images, and we've got, okay, so it was able to do all of that recursively. That's great. Let's enter all of these directories. And okay, so it was able to do it all in one step. That's great. fernosec, thank you very much for teaching me about that. I might teach that step the next time I teach this this material. But thank you very much. Okay, so let's go back and let's talk about this. So if we run binwalk with the -e switch, binwalk extracts all the files from the target file to a directory with the .extracted extension. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we learned in today's class. So let's review the digital forensics concepts we learned in this workshop. We learned about EXIF and image file metadata. So of course, metadata is data that provides information about other data. In the context of digital image files, each file has a plethora of metadata information, which is generated when the picture is taken. Photo metadata, called EXIF, is easily accessible and can reveal information about the device used to take the photo, or even GPS location data about where the photo was taken. The contents of image files. We learned about the contents of picture files and the difference between text and data. Text is computer content that is meant to be read by humans, and data content is meant to be read by computers and software, and is illegible if not accessed through the proper program or app. So for example, if you use your notepad to open up a binary file inside of Windows, you might see something that looks kind of like this. And lastly, we learned about embedded files and how embedding files can be extracted and examined using specialized software. So what's next? So well, this is not exactly true. In the next workshop, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at steganography, which is hiding secret messages. It's another type of hiding secret messages inside of picture files. It's slightly different, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So that's going to be next week on Monday. And Big Man Ting says, "Can you do the last step?" Which last step are you talking about? And welcome, and thank you very much for following Zephyros. I'm new. What is this? So we just finished up a little class talking about digital forensics and how to do digital forensics on picture files. So if you miss this, you can always watch the VOD, or you can take a look at the YouTube video, the YouTube live. You can also rewind over there if you want to take a look. Zephyro says, "You can call me Jay. All good. It takes a while to remember." Nice, brother. Well, thank you very much for showing up today. And hey, why don't you have a funneled Nyan Cat for coming in chat? Okay, so we've finished our digital forensics class for today. We're gonna have another digital forensics class and on Monday. So we're gonna do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And all of next week for the first piece of content we do for the live stream, we're going to be doing some digital forensic stuff. So if you're interested in learning digital forensics, that's when you're going to be able to do that. If you want to keep a track of the schedule that we keep over at HackerFrogs here, we've got a Reddit page, and each week we publish the schedule for our live streams over here. So for example, we've got this week over here. It's already week 5. Well, actually, this is the end of week 5 for 2025. Next week, we're going to be going into week 6 of 2025. It's time sure is going by really fast. Okay, so let's go ahead and... Oh, you know what? Big Man Ting, you were talking about the last step. What last step were you talking about? Please let me know. Thank you very much for following Inatsolda. Inatsolda? Please let me know how to pronounce your names. Otherwise, I'm going to be just guessing. The one with the Binwalk E. So let's do a hack the planet. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So yeah, everything is going to be uploaded to the YouTube page. If you're interested in taking a look, it's going to be over at youtube.com/@theshyhat under streams. So there's the link. Okay, so let's see. Big Man Ting was asking about the binwalk-e. So let me go back here. Okay, we've got the Matryoshka directory here. Let me get rid of this directory. Okay, so there's the dolls.jpg file over here. If we run binwalk by itself without any arguments on dolls.jpg, it's going to tell us what is embedded, or if there are any embedded files in this file here. So we see here that there's a zip archive data file. Atomic Django, thank you very much. And let's give you a fun video redeem as well. How about some war games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so we see here that there's a zip archive file embedded in the dolls.jpg directory. If we wanted to extract it, we would do binwalk-e dolls.jpg. So after we do that, it's going to extract the zip archive file, and it's going to put it inside a new directory. So we see here it's going to be put into this .extracted directory here. Atomic Django says, thanks. How far along are you on this machine? So we're just finishing up. We're just finishing up the exercise over here on digital forensics, and we're going to move into a Windows hacking demonstration next. So let's see, Big Man Ting. If I hope this was a sufficient demonstration for you. So the extracted file is going to be inside this dolls JPEG extracted directory in here, and inside of here there are more. Oops, we need to enter the directory. So inside this directory there are more things that we can investigate, and the nature of this exercise is basically to peel off the layers of this of these zip files one by one, kind of like an onion, and eventually you get to the flag. Okay, so let's move on to our next piece of content, and we're going to be hacking against the HackMyVM platform over here. And if you want, you can go ahead and take a look at this. Okay, Atomic Django says, thanks. Sounds good. I might try to do OSCP in the summer, but might as well start watching people here on Twitch. And thank you very much for following on Twitch. I am Lambogti. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Please let me know how to pronounce that. And how about you have a... I'm running out of redeems, but why don't you have a frog song? Here you go. So how do we do these challenges? So for each one of these challenges over at hackmyvm.eu, you basically need to download a virtual machine and deploy it to your network along with other virtual machines that you can use to hack against it. So because we're hacking our own machines, it's completely legal, and we don't have to worry about anybody coming after us, because these are supposed to be educational exercises after all. So I've started up the machine that we're going to be hacking against. It's over here. So this is the TriplAdvisor machine, And the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out where it is. I'm going to do a little YouTube intro because I eventually turn all of these demonstrations into Lambogti. Okay, awesome, awesome. Nice to know how to pronounce your name. And yeah, I need to do a little YouTube intro for. Thank you very. Oh yeah, no problem, no problem. If you want me to repeat some steps that I'm doing on the stream, let me know, and I'm happy to demonstrate again. Zefiros asks, what do you recommend to newbies to getting into digital forensics? Zefiro is in terms of courses and certifications. So I mean, digital forensics is not my specialty, but I do like to introduce the topic to people. So if you want to get into digital forensics, I would suggest doing exercises over at PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a great place to start. If you want to do a lot of different cybersecurity stuff, the challenges at PicoCTF will teach you some beginner skills, some fundamentals, and I think I've got a few different videos for digital forensics as well on my channel. So forensics. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different forensics challenges over here. These are mostly challenges on PicoCTF that I do walkthroughs for. And if you want to, you can go ahead and take a look at the list over at my YouTube page here. Okay, so let me do my intro for the machine over here, TriplAdvisor. Okay. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the TriplAdvisor machine on the hackmyvm.eu website. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so I'm not going to keep going while the ads are running. Instead, we're going to watch the my bird feeder footage over here. And we're going to take about a minute for all the ads to pass by. So enjoy the birds, and I'm just going to take a little water break. So this is a bird feeder that I have in my backyard. I think this footage was taken in the summer. I like to grab the most the most fun videos and well, I guess the most active ones and show them during the breaks because we have to take mandatory breaks over on Twitch. But for the people on YouTube, you can watch without the ads for now. All right, the ads are going to be ending in just a little bit. Let me take the birds away. All right, so this is a Windows machine, and there are specific hacking methods that we have to do specifically for Windows, and I'm going to be demonstrating those in this little demonstration. So the first thing we need to do is we need to identify. Let me close out Burp Suite over here. And we need to identify where on this network this machine is. So let me go into the temp directory. We're going to use the nmap program to figure out where on the network this virtual machine is deployed. So we're going to run nmap with the -sn flag, which is going to do a ping sweep. Ping sweeping is basically finding out which machines are online on a specific network range. So we've got this network range here. We're going to figure out which machines are online and identify which IP address we need to hack against. So we see that we've got address 1, 2, 15, and number 6. Number 6 is our attacking machine's IP address. So this is the IP address we're going to be hacking against. So I'm going to copy that. And let's run another nmap scan. So nmap is a program we can run to figure out which ports and services are available on particular servers. And in this case, let's run it with getting all of the common scripts and versioning information. And as well, we can do T5, so for a very quick scan. Furnosec says, don't Windows computers normally not respond to pings? So Furnosec is correct. Most of the time, Windows machines for security, they don't respond to ICMP packets, which are ping packets. In that case, you would use Nmap in a slightly different way to scan the machine. And if you wanted to locate the machine on your network, you would also not be using Nmap, but you would be using another program. We can use another program. Maybe we can use something like ARPScan. So we have to run ARPScan as sudo, and we have to specify an interface. And we could also use ARPScan to use ARP packets to locate the machine on our network as well. So this is just an alternate method of figuring out where on the network the machine exists. Okay, so where were we? We were doing Nmap, right? Oh, not looking at this right now. Here. Okay, so we're going to run Nmap to try to figure out what open ports are available on the server here. So luckily for us, this Windows machine has been configured to respond to ping packets. So we don't need to add additional arguments to our Nmap command to scan it. Okay. So we see here we've discovered port 445 and port 8080. 8080 is unusual, but 445 is pretty normal for Windows machines. We're going to be talking about what types of ports and services we discover on this machine in just a little bit. So port 445, in case you don't know, this is the port that's associated with the SMB service, which is basically Windows file sharing. We discovered port 8080, which is usually some sort of proxy server, HTTP server, and we discovered 5985, which is associated with the Windows remote management protocol, which is basically something that administrators can use to log in and get terminal access. So are these the only ports that are open on the system? I haven't done this in a little while. So first of all, we could probably figure out what is happening on port 8080, and this is probably some sort of web server. So we're just going to grab our IP address here, and we're going to try to access the web server on this port here, 8080. We're going to go over to our web browser. We're going to go to this IP address on port 8080. So to access a specific port inside the web browser, you just need to give the domain or the IP address, and then give a colon. After the colon, specify the port that you want to access, and then hit enter. Okay, so what this did is it redirected us. So it redirected us to this domain right over here called TriplAdvisor. So this means that we were not able to resolve this domain because it's not in our DNS. But we can actually associate that IP address with this domain here called TriplAdvisor by going into our Linux etc host file. So I'm just going to get out of the web browser, and then in another tab, we're going to edit our etc host file. So the etc sudo, oh sorry, we need to specify a program. We're going to use nano to edit the etc host file. So the etc host file basically lets us specify what domains are associated with what IP addresses. So we can specify that the IP address of the Windows machine, which is 192.168.200.15, we're going to associate with that with the TriplAdvisor domain over here. So when we use TriplAdvisor in the web browser, it's gonna resolve to this IP address. So we can go ahead and save this out. And after this is saved, when we type in TriplAdvisor into our web browser, it's going to resolve to this IP address, and we're going to be able to see the actual website. Okay, so now that we have that saved, we're going to go back to our web browser, and then we're going to try reloading this page. Okay, so this looks like some sort of best travel online guide over here. And Miss Honey says Windows has to be on a private network to respond to a ping. Windows has to be on a private network to respond to a ping. No, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think the Windows server just needs to be configured in a way that it doesn't ignore ping packets. So that's what we need to do. Let me take a look at my notes, just a second. Okay. So we see here that we're also dealing with a WordPress installation. So WordPress is a content management system. It's a very common content management system that is used for creating blogs and other web pages like this. So we know that we're dealing with WordPress because inside the address bar here, it goes to the WordPress endpoint over here. So it's TriplAdvisor :8080/WordPress. So WordPress is a very popular content management system, and there's actually a tool that is used to scan for security flaws against WordPress. So let's go ahead and try using that. So the program is called WP-Scan, and you can use WP-Scan to scan for all sorts of different security configurations on WordPress sites. So we're going to give WP-Scan and run it rather quickly, and we're going to enumerate the what are these called? They're called modules, I think. Are they called plugins? Yes, we're going to enumerate the plugins on this particular WordPress site. So we have to provide the URL, which is TriplAdvisor port 8080 WordPress. So let's go ahead and run the WP-Scan tool. It's going to go ahead and scan this website over here for different WordPress security flaws. In particular, it's going to take a look at the plugins. It might take a little while to run. Okay, so we see here that it's going to give us a lot of output. So it found some interesting findings. So it found some headers. It found some different configuration settings, such as XML RPC seems to be enabled over here. Let's see, it found a README file. It found an upload directory with listing enabled, which means that anybody can take a look at the contents of the directory. And what else? So it found some authors. So the name of an author on this article, Drake Arthur. Cyberner Dante, welcome to the stream. And you misspelled redeem, Cyberner Dante. Go ahead and give that another go. But welcome to the stream. Okay. So we were also looking at plugins, and we actually found this plugin over here.
A hacking?
So Cyberner Dante redeemed, is this a hacking? If anybody knows what meme this is, you can go ahead and let us know in the chat. But anytime you're typing on the terminal, you're doing a hacking. So we found this particular plugin over here, the editor plugin. And we were able to find a version for this particular plugin here. And oftentimes, WordPress plugins of a certain version will be vulnerable to software exploits. Cyberner Dante says, is this loss? Is this loss? I think, what was the original meme? I think the original meme is this, I can't even remember. But let's look that up real quick. Not to get sidetracked or anything. Is this meme butterfly? Okay, is this a pigeon? Right, that was the original meme. Right. I was thinking of the meme template. Not sure, not sure. Okay, but anyways, let's go back to the hacking. All right, so what we can do, because we've identified this particular plugin with this version here, we can do a little search for known exploits. So we could do search exploit WordPress editor 1.1. Miss Honey says it's been a while since I've seen that one. Yeah, well, memes come and go. They become popular, and then they kind of fade away after a while. But the good memes, they stay around for a long time. Okay, so we managed to use search exploit to look for an exploit here, and we found a couple. So we've got local file inclusion, and we've got privilege escalation. So we don't need privilege escalation at this point. So we're going to be more interested in this local file inclusion vulnerability here. And we can actually take a look at the file over here. It looks like a txt file by running search exploit with the m argument. So it's going to be search exploit m and then the number over here. So search exploit m and then 44340. It's going to download that file to our current directory. And from here, we can just take a look at the file and see what's going on. So it says that this is a local file inclusion vulnerability in the site editor plugin through 1.1.1 for WordPress. It allows remote attackers to retrieve arbitrary files via the AJAX path parameter to editor/extension/page builder/includes/AJAX shortcut pattern.php. So Miss Honey says, what tool is this again? So we used the WP scan tool to scan the WordPress installation, and after that, we were able to identify a particular plugin version, and we used the search exploit tool to look for exploits for that particular version that we identified. And now we're taking a look at the exploit right here. So what this is it's a local file inclusion vulnerability, and I think I've got a presentation for this. Hold on. Let me grab my presentation. Not this, but where's my walkthrough? Walkthroughs. And then this is hackmyvm, Windows Easy, TriplAdvisor. Let's open this up. Let's download this file. Okay. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be using local file inclusion for an attack called log poisoning. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about local file inclusion. Local file inclusion is a vulnerability where we can read files by including certain URL parameters on a web app. And before we talk about log poisoning, we should probably confirm that we have local file inclusion. So we've got a path over here that we can follow. So we would go to the website, to the /editor/extension/page builder/include/AJAX shortcut pattern over here. And what we can do is we can make sure that we have local file inclusion by going to that particular endpoint. So this endpoint over here. So TriplAdvisor, WordPress, WP content, plugins, editor, extensions, page builder includes AJAX short pattern, blah, 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 blah. And what they're looking for is this particular, what is it called? URL parameter here. So it's AJAX path equals, and then whatever file we want to read. So local file inclusion lets us read files on the web server. But not files that are intended to be read on the web server. It's basically any file on the web server as long as we have access to it. Anyways, let's try reading the etc host file on this Windows machine. Okay, so this is an etc host file on a Windows machine. It's located at C Windows System 32 drivers etc hosts. So if we wanted to take a look at this in a slightly prettier format, we can always go ahead and view the page source. And when we view this in page source, then the formatting is going to come back and it's going to be much more readable. So the fact that we can access this particular file through local file inclusion is proof that we have read access to any file on the server as long as we know where on the server it exists. So we're going to use this, and we're going to leverage this with another vulnerability called log poisoning in order to get code injection on the system. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So over here. So we're going to be doing a log poisoning attack. Log poisoning is a web app hacking attack where we can inject code into web server logs and then activate that code by accessing the log files with local file inclusion. So basically what we're doing is we're introducing some code into the logs for the web app, and then when we access the logs through local file inclusion, we're going to execute the code, and we're going to be able to run commands on the server. Okay, so when performing a log poisoning attack, the first step is to make sure we can access log files via local file inclusion. So we need to make sure that we can look at the logs on the server, and we're going to do that through local file inclusion. We're going to go over here, and instead of looking at the etc host file, we're going to look at the C XAMPP /Apache /logs /access.log. So this particular system is running a XAMPP stack, which is a bunch of technologies on top of each other and includes running an Apache web server. And if it's running a XAMPP stack, then the logs are going to be located at c/XAMPP/Apache/log/access.log. So we can take a look at the logs file over here, and these are all of the access logs. So every instance where the web server was contacted, it keeps track of all of these in this log file here. So what's the second step? The second step for log poisoning attack is to inject code into the web server logs through an HTTP request. So what we can do is we can just access the server in a kind of sneaky way to introduce code into the logs. So in this case, we're going to use curl. Let me grab the command. Okay. So we can go back to our terminal here. Don't need this anymore. And in the terminal, what we're going to do is we're going to use curl to send a request to the web server. So this is the web server here, HTTP TriplAdvisor on port 8080 WordPress. And we're going to use curl to send some data. So we send data with curl using the -x over here, and we specify what data we're going to send afterwards. So inside here, there's some PHP code. And because this is an Apache server and WordPress runs with PHP, we know that the server runs PHP code. So we can introduce this little snippet of code here to create a web shell inside of the logs endpoint. So PHP echo pass through get command. So basically, we're going to set up a URL parameter, which is called command, and through that, it's going to run the pass-through function, which is basically running OS commands. So in this way, we're going to introduce a web shell to the log file. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and run this curl command to introduce the poisoned log, rather. Okay. So we were able to send the information here using curl, but we got some sort of error message. So it says here that your browser or proxy sent a request that the server could not understand, which means that this this particular request is going to be filed as an error. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over to the web browser, and inside here, this is the these are the log files. We're going to refresh the page. Did we refresh the page? And let's hold on. Let me refresh the page one more time. And let's search for the code that we introduced. So we introduced pass-through. So let's search for pass-through. Hold on. Oh, it didn't. It's not here. Okay, this is probably in the error logs. Let me go ahead and, instead of the access logs, we're going to take a look at the error logs. And let's search for this pass-through here. Phrase not found. Let me go back to the access log then. Access.log. Oh, wait. Here's the thing. Okay. The reason we can't find it in the logs is because we're not going to be able to see PHP code in the we're not going to be able to see PHP code in these logs because it's going to be interpreted as PHP code. Sorry, my bad. Let's go ahead and try to access the web shell. So the way we would access the web shell if there's PHP code embedded in here is we would go ahead and over at the end of the URL here, so access.log, we can add another URL parameter. So the other URL parameter we're going to do and cmd equals some command. So I can do and cmd equals dir, and that's going to get the contents of the directory that we are working inside. So let's give that command, and we can see here that we actually. Thank you very much for redeeming the no flicker redeem, GX000. Thank you very much. That was my favorite woodpecker that comes around every once in a while. And welcome to the stream, GX000. We're just doing a log poisoning attack over on this Windows target. So we gave the this particular command here and command dir because we were able to no birds last night. Sadly, there were no birds last night. To anybody who doesn't know, there's a local Robotech83. Hello. Nice to see you here, Robotech83. There was a local cybersecurity meetup. So I live around Vancouver, and every month there are a couple of local cybersecurity meetups that meet up in Vancouver. I was at one of them yesterday night, and it was a lot of fun. I encourage anybody who's trying to get into cybersecurity to locate your local cybersecurity group and start making friends over there. That's probably the easiest way to get into cybersecurity. Okay, so we were able to successfully poison the logs of this particular web app, and we're able to get it to run this command over here, the dir command on Windows. So we can see all of the contents of the current working directory that the Windows. Ayanashi, hello, nice to see you here. Hello. And yeah, we're just in the middle of doing some log poisoning, and so this confirms that we're able to execute commands on the web server because we introduced a web shell to the web app. All right, so the next thing we need to do is we need to figure out a way to break into the web server. So what we're going to do is we're going to upload some files. So we're going to use the web shell, and we're going to upload the netcat binary so that we can start using the netcat binary to give us reverse shells. So first of all, one thing we can do is we can locate nc.exe, which is the Windows version of netcat. and it's going to be over here in this directory here. So user share seclist web shells fuzz netcat.exe. So I'm going to copy this over to our local directory. So I'm going to do cp and just like this, copy this file in this directory over to our current directory. I'm going to run that. And now we see that nc.exe is available in our current directory. We're going to serve this up by starting up a Python web server. So we're just going to run python-m http.server on port 80. And this is going to start a web server in this current directory, which has the netcat.exe file. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to use the log poisoning attack to into the web shell to download the netcat.exe binary to the target. So I'm going to use this command. Hold on. It is the certutil command. And let's talk a little bit about this command. So the command is going to look like this. So certutil is a program on Windows systems that can be used to download files. So we're going to use certutil URL cache -f, and we're going to have the program reach out to our attacking server, which is located at this IP address here, and we're going to save the netcat.exe binary into the current directory as nc.exe. So we're going to go over to our web shell over here, and we're going to give the command here. So I'm just going to paste in the certutil command here. We've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so so we're not going to progress any further right now. Instead, we're going to watch some birds. GX000, this is your time. I've got my bird bath, my birds in the bird bath, and this is, if you guys are ever sick and tired of watching this bird bath video, let me know, and I'll show a different video. But this is easily one of my favorite videos because the birds are so cute and they're having a little bath. I'm going to take a little drink of water. I'll be back in just a second. I missed a message from Fernosec. Fernosec says, also for finding the log file, a more reasonable way is using FFUF with a word list that has common Windows file paths and finding ones that return content. That is absolutely correct. So there are specialized word lists for local file inclusion on Windows, and you can use those and fuzz the web application to figure out where the log files are for a particular web server. Thank you very much for pointing that out for NoSec. Okay, so ad time is over, so let's put the birds away. Okay, so we're just going to give this command here to download the netcat binary to the Windows victim server. Okay, so we do that. And let's take a look if there's any output over here. So it says here, certutil URL cache command completed successfully. So it was able to download the netcat binary. So if we look over here on our Python server, the Python server also shows a log that nc.exe was downloaded. Okay, so from here we can confirm that that the file exists on the web server by giving the dir command through the web shell. So we're going to give the dir command, and we're going to see that all the way down here inside the directory that nc.exe is on the web server now. So we can run the nc.exe binary from the web shell and then get a reverse shell. Okay, so in order to do this, we're going to go over to another terminal, and we're going to set up our reverse shell listener. So we're going to use rlwrap to give our netcat shell some additional capabilities. And we're going to start up our netcat listener on port 443. Okay, so now that we have the netcat listener listening, we're going to go over to, we're going to give the netcat command that is going to give us our reverse shell. So let me, this is it. So this is the command we're going to run through the web shell. So netcat.exe, and then our attacker machine IP address over here on port 443, it's going to execute the cmd.exe command. So this is going to give us our shell. So let's go ahead and, well, we have this copied already. Okay, let's go over to our web shell and let's run that command. So up here, we're going to paste in the command, hit enter. Didn't load shortcodes pattern file. I wonder what happened here. Let's take a look and see if our reverse shell got caught. Nope, okay. I think what went wrong here? Ajax path was the same. Oh, no. Okay. I made an error. I put the command in the wrong place. So command equals. I need to do it over at the command equals place. Okay. So I'm just going to give the command, and we see that we got some regular output over here. So we're going to go back and see if the netcat shell was caught. So the netcat shell was caught, and we managed to open up a connection over to this IP address, which is the victim machine, and we now have a Windows command prompt. So if we ask who am I, we don't have who am I. So the who am I binary actually doesn't exist on this target. What we're going to do is we're going to upload our own Windows binary for who am I, and then we're going to figure out which user we are. So from here, we're going to move into the C users public directory, because this directory is usually writable and readable by any user. So if we take a look in here, there's nothing in here. Well, there's some directories in here, and we're going to upload a who am I binary so that we can actually start using it and figure out what user we are and what permissions we have. Okay, so over here at the Python server, we're just going to disable the Python server for right now, and we're going to locate whoami.exe. So this is the Windows binary, and we see it is over here on our Kali box. We're going to copy it over to our current directory. And now we've got the whoami.exe binary here. We're going to start up the Python web server again, and then we're going to download the whoami.exe binary to our target. So over here, we're going to use certutil again. So this is the certutil command. We're going to download from our attacker IP, the whoami.exe binary, and we're going to save it to our current directory here. So we're going to do that. Okay, and now we see that whoami.exe is in here, and we can finally figure out who we are supposed to be. So if we type whoami, we should be able to figure it out. We are the TriplAdvisor web service user. So the important thing to understand about Windows privilege escalation is that sometimes the privileges that a particular user has can be leveraged into privilege escalation on Windows. And we're going to run this command over here, whoami/priv, to figure out what privileges they have. So we see these ones over here. We've got these three. And actually asked, did you run linpeas? Linpeas is for Linux. So we wouldn't run linpeas. I think you're talking about winpeas. So for sometimes you have to run winpeas if generally I don't like to run winpeas until I've investigated a few different privilege escalation vectors on my own. So I do some manual enumeration first, and if I can't find anything with using that, then Mike
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up and get in the
Mike EO says hello from YouTube. Mike EO, Mike EO, is that how you pronounce your name? Hold, if it isn't, then let me know. Hold on. Let's see. I've got somebody I need to ban on kick. Okay. All right. So we've got these three. It's some flavor, but my name. Oh, okay. Some flavor. Nice. And actually, no problem. But yeah, I usually run WinPs if I can't figure out what privilege escalation vector to use on a Windows target. I will admit that I use WinPs a lot more often than I use LinPs because I'm not all that great at Windows hacking. But in this case, this is a pretty common vector over here. We've got these three privileges. We have SE change notify privilege, SE impersonate privilege, and SE created global privilege. So the one that we need to pay attention to is this. So we have SE impersonate privilege, which impersonates a client after authentication. So this is a very common type of privilege escalation vector inside of Windows, especially for older machines. And let's talk a little bit about this. So we're looking at, here we go. Okay. So privilege escalation, SE impersonate privilege. So the SE impersonate privilege is a feature which allows a user to perform commands in the context of other users. So you can think of it as something kind of like the sudo command or the do as command inside of Linux. So this privilege is typically associated with service accounts like IIS, SQL Server, and with administrator accounts. So using SE impersonate, attackers can elevate privileges to system or administrator level either through token theft and/or named pipes. And a common type of exploit that is used to elevate the privileges is something called the potato exploit. So the potato family of Windows exploits all leverage the SE impersonate privilege in different ways to achieve elevated access on Windows targets. So which potato exploit to use on a target largely depends on the version of Windows being used. And in this case, we're going to be using the juicy potato variant. So if we want to know which version of the potato exploits we want to use for a particular version of Windows, there's actually a very useful article over here. So I think, let me see if I've got it handy in my notes. Maybe I don't. Hold on. So Windows exploit which potato? Juicy potato. Yeah, juicy potato. Okay, we've got this article over here. Let me copy the link just so I can provide it to anybody who needs it. Oh, that's an ugly link. Let me this is a much better looking link. Hold on. This link over here is better. So basically, it talks about the different types of Windows potato exploits over here. So we've got hot potato, rotten potato, lonely potato, juicy potato, rogue potato, sweet potato, generic potato. So the TLDR of this entire article over here is that if you don't want to use sweet potato, so I guess sweet potato is one of the variants. If the machine is let's see, is greater than or equal to Windows 10, we use rogue potato. But if the machine is less than Windows 10, we use juicy potato. So let's go ahead and use juicy potato. So juicy potato, let's look this up. So GitHub juicy potato. All right, so we've got this. We got this server over here, and we've got the juicy potato exploit. And it's advertised as a sugared version of rotten potato ng, but with a bit of juice. Another local privilege escalation tool from a Windows service account to NT authority system. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to get a binary. We need to get a binary with the juicy potato exploit, and we can do so from this link over here, from releases. So we've got the juicy potato exploit binary over here. We can go ahead and copy the link, and then we're going to go back to our Linux file HTTP server. We're going to shut that down just momentarily, and then we're going to wget and download the juicypotato.exe binary. So after we've done that, we see that juicypotato.exe is now in the directory here, and we can start up our web server again. So we're just going to download juicypotato.exe from our attacker machine, and then we're going to run it to get super user privileges on the system. And Ashley says, one of your strengths in the streams is that you can be clear and explain things even for those maybe not in the industry. Kudos, I will always support you. Thank you very much for the encouraging message. MC25 says, I need to go more into Windows machines. Never really learned about the potatoes. Glad I caught this. So yeah, so this is, you'll know that you can use a potato exploit, maybe not a potato exploit, but some sort of exploit if your user has the SE impersonate privilege over here. So you can use this command, whoami/priv, and if you see that you have SE impersonate privilege active, then you can usually use a potato exploit to gain privilege escalation on a Windows target, especially if it's an older version of Windows. It's less likely on a newer version of Windows, but on older versions of Windows. And we can figure out what type of Windows is running by using the system info command. So system info is going to tell us all about what kind of Windows is being run here. So this is Microsoft Windows Server 2008 R2 Enterprise. So it's a pretty old version of Windows. And another thing we need to take note of is that it says this is an x64 based PC. Sometimes, especially with really old version of Windows, you'll occasionally find that the processor that is being used is going to be a 32-bit processor, and that really affects what kind of exploits you can run on the system. So 64-bit exploits need to be run on 64-bit systems, and 32-bit exploits can only be run, well, 32-bit exploits can be run on 64-bit systems, but not the other way around. So this is just something you need to keep in mind. Okay, so now that we know what kind of environment we're working with, we can upload the juicy potato exploit. So we're just going to use certutil again to download that file. So let me modify this command. So instead of whoami.exe, we're going to download juicypotato.exe, and we're going to save it into this directory as jp.exe, just because I don't want to type out juicy potato each time. So we're going to use certutil to download the exploit file. Okay, and now we see we've got the juicypotato.exe file here, and we're going to run the juicypotato.exe file, and we're going to use it to get a reverse shell on the target with the NT authority system privileges. So before we do that, we need to set up our second netcat reverse shell. So we're going to set up our listener. It's going to be rlwrap with netcat on our favorite port 443. So remember, because we've already caught the shell that was listening on port 443, 443 becomes available again. So we can keep on using port 443 as long as the port isn't currently in use. Okay, so we're going to go back to here, We've got the juicypotato.exe file here. And let me demonstrate how to use the juicypotato.exe exploit. So over here, there's a very long command we have to give to run Juicy Potato. So of course there's Juicy Potato here, and then we have to supply a port number that's not being used. So we have to supply a port number that's not being used on the target. And here we're going to give some arguments for whatever command we're going to be running. The actual command we're going to be running is -p, and we're going to run C Windows System 32 cmd.exe. So we're basically going to run this command that runs another command, and it's going to run these arguments here, which is we're going to run the netcat binary that we downloaded to C users public, and we're going to use it to run netcat, contact our attacker system on port 443, and open up a command shell. So the other important thing we have to know about Juicy Potato is that we need to supply a code over here. So the code is associated with different services. MC25 says, "Is this like Meterpreter migrate?" Is it like Meterpreter migrate? I'm not completely sure because I'm not completely familiar with the Meterpreter migrate function. But let me talk about Juicy Potato. So Juicy Potato, let's go back to the Juicy Potato page over here. So let's see. So when we run Juicy Potato, we have to provide an CLSID for particular services. And the great thing about Juicy Potato here is that they've actually recorded a number of different CLSIDs for different services on different versions of Windows. If we go over to the link, we follow the link over here. We've got Windows CLSIDs for all sorts of different versions of Windows. The version of Windows that we're dealing with today is Windows Server 2008 R2 Enterprise. So we can click into there. And it actually tells us about all of these CLSIDs, as well as the service accounts that are associated with them, and the type of access that we get. For some reason, these tables don't want to play nice on the web browser here. But we see here that we've got a bunch of them, and they're not always going to work on every system. So sometimes you have to try a few different CLSIDs with Juicy Potato and see which one works. So we see here that the user that is provided when we use these CLSIDs are listed below. Of course, the most coveted one that we want to use is the NT Authority system, which has the highest level of access on a Windows target. But there's a bunch of other users as well. So what we would do if we run Juicy Potato is we try to use one of these CLSIDs with the that is associated with the highest level user. Of course, if one doesn't work, we can always switch to another one and another one and another one until we find one that works. But here, we found one that works over here, and we're going to be using this with Juicy Potato to get us a NT Authority system shell. So I'm just going to copy this. We're going to go over to the victim server where we've got the Juicy Potato over here. We're going to paste in the command, and then we're going to execute the Juicy Potato. So we run the command. So it says here, NT Authority system. Okay, great. And it's testing this CLSID on this port. And it says created process with token equals OK, which probably means that, that the command executed. And remember, the command is the netcat command, which gives us the reverse shell. So if we go over to our reverse shell listener, it's still listening. Okay, that wasn't that was unexpected. Let's try that again. Did I? This should all work. We've got all of our stuff in place. So see, oh, there's no netcat command in here. Okay, I need to copy netcat over to this directory. So let's go ahead and do that. The reason why it didn't work is that I forgot to copy the netcat binary over to this directory. Okay, let's download that using certutil. Okay, so one more time. We're going to replace whoami.exe here with netcat.exe, and we're going to download the netcat binary to this directory. Okay, now we've got the juicypotato.exe exploit in here. We've got netcat.exe in here. We have whoami.exe in here. And let's run the juicypotato exploit one more time, now that we have the netcat binary in place. Okay, so we get the same message over here, so it should have gone off. Let's take a look at our reverse shell listener. Okay, we got a connection from Microsoft, sorry, from the target system, which is this IP address over here, and we can't. So whoami is not in this directory, but whoami is in the C users public directory, so we can do whoami from there. So if we ask whoami, it is NT authority system, which means we have full access to the server. And let's call out our good friend Scary Hacker Voice guy to celebrate. Hold on, let's do the voice changer.
Hey everybody, it's me, a Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server and get root or administrator access. Well, that just happened. Well, TriplAdvisor web server administrators, it looks like you forgot to patch your web server for local file inclusion and log poisoning. Big mistake. We were able to use both of those vulnerabilities to get system access, and then from there, we were able to use the juicy potato exploit to get elevated access, and then we became the super user. We're in.
Okay, so we've got NT authority system access to the server, so we can go ahead and go into any of these user directories. We've got the administrator directory. We can just waltz in there, and ooh, don't have tab autocomplete. We can move into the desktop directory. And in the desktop directory is the root flag, which is the objective for this exercise. So on our live streams, we don't read the flags for these exercises because the organizers have asked that we do not reveal flag contents. So what we're going to do instead is we're just going to use the command type root.txt, redirect it into another file called iReadRoot.txt. And then we see that we've created the iReadRoot.txt file, which has the same size as the root.txt file, which means we've effectively read the root.txt file. All right, so this was a guided walkthrough for the TriplAdvisor machine on hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, so we're not stopping. We're not stopping our live stream, but this section of the live stream is over now. So we're just going to do a little bit of cleanup while while we're here. So I'm going to delete the iReadRoot.txt file, and we're just going to exit out of here. So cleanup is actually a very important part of cybersecurity, because if you leave a bunch of crap on a client server, then they're probably not going to be super happy about that. You definitely want to leave your environment as clean as you left it, as you found it rather. So let's get out of here. Over here, we've got all of our exploit files over here. We would definitely want to remove all the traces of those as well. So let's delete the netcat.exe. Let's delete the whoami.exe, and then let's get out of here. Okay. All right, so we're going to move on into our third portion of the stream, and in the third portion of the stream, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a live hacking exercise, which is looking at an exercise that we've never looked at before. So I'm going to close out my TriplAdvisor Windows virtual machine, because these Windows virtual machines eat up a lot of memory. So if you're dealing with virtual machines, you're going to need to have a lot of memory on your computer. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to run all these virtual machines at the same time. So what challenge do we have today? So we're looking at more challenges from the hackerslabs.com website. And this is a Spanish-speaking website. If anybody speaks Spanish out in the chat, please let us know that you are a Spanish speaker and you can hables español, because this is a Spanish hacking website that we're going to be using today. So the challenge that we're looking at today is called Espeto Malagueno, which means the Malagan Skewer. And this is another Windows machine that we're going to be hacking. And we've never seen this one before, so we might be able to finish it, or we might not. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we will not do anything during the ads, and we're going to watch some bird videos. So enjoy the bird videos for the next 90 seconds or so, and watch this bird. I'm going to take a little water break. I'll be back in just a second. Ayanashi says, "Yo no hablo español." Ay, 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 ay. Okay. But we might encounter some Spanish language text on this particular challenge, and if so, we might need your. GX000 says, "Bird sure does like D's nuts." Well, you know, they love the peanuts, and most of the other birds like peanuts as well. So I'm happy to provide the peanuts to the birds. Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime, GX000. If you're interested in subscribing on Twitch, like our good friend GX0000, and you have a Amazon Prime account, you can go ahead and use that Amazon Prime account to support the channel. Let's see. Anot Sola says, "That's a weird looking bird." Are you talking about this bird? Yeah, that's a weird looking bird, because it's not a bird, but it's a squirrel. But thank you very much for pointing that out. Support the channel. Yes, thank you very much. Let's see. We don't have a... Where do we go? Want to support... this message right here. Anyways, I'll just copy and paste the Prime... This message right here. Okay, so let's start up the Windows machine. Okay, so I'm going to start that up. It looks like it's running a version of Windows 2012. I don't know. 2012 is Windows 8, I think. So we've got the machine over here. Press any key to boot from CD or DVD. Okay, and we've got presione Control Alt Super para iniciar una sesión. Okay, so this is the Windows. It's running right now, and we need to figure out where on the network this machine exists. So let's go ahead and use nmap. So Like like what FurnoSec said, sometimes these Windows machines don't respond to ping packets, and in that case, we're not going to be able to use Nmap in a regular way to locate the system. But in this case, the makers of the system were very nice, and they decided to um, enable ping response on this Windows target. So it looks like the system is over on number 14. So we can go ahead and scan against that with Nmap to figure out what's going on the system. So let's clear. Let's paste in that IP address. Let's scan all the ports. Let's do very verbose output, get common scripts and versioning information. And let's scan this super fast. If anybody wants to scan a system super fast, you can always give, instead of a T setting, you can give the minimum rate. So that's the minimum number of packets we're going to send at a system in a second. Shinobi Hanzo asked, did I make it on time? So we're just doing our free hacking portion of the stream right now, and we're hacking against a Windows target. So if you want to know what Windows target we're hacking against, it's this one right over here. You can take a look at the link yourself. And I don't think you need an account. You don't need an account to use this website. Okay, so we're going to scan the target. We're going to scan it very, very fast. This should finish up in about 30 seconds or less because we're doing minimum rate 10,000. That's a lot of packets. But it does get dropped probes every once in a while. Okay, so we see some common Windows ports on this target. We got 445, 139, 135, and a bunch of targets, a bunch of ports on the 40,000 range. We also have Windows Remote Management on port 5985. So this is indeed going to be a Windows target. Ayanashi asked, does the stealth SYN work? Yeah, in this case it works. But on modern Windows targets, it's not going to work. So yeah, this is a stealth scan. Okay, so what can we do? We can start investigating. We've got port 80 open on this target, so we can start using some tools to enumerate the web server. So let's just try derb. So it's 192, 168, 200, 15. Is it 15 or 14? Was it 14? It's not it. Hold on. This is 14, okay. So let's go ahead and use derb. So in this case, we weren't able to find anything. We found favicon.ico. And that's it. That's all derb was able to find. Interesting. Let's try Nikto. So let me copy this first of all. We're going to run a Nikto scan. Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. And sometimes, this is an unusual server header. HFS 2.3. What is this? I don't think I've encountered this before. Let's start up another terminal. HFS, was it 2 point something? What was it? HFS 2.3. 2.3. HFS HTTP file server 2.3. Remote command execution. Okay, well, I mean, this bodes very well for us if we're able to get remote command execution on this thing. It looks like it is. We also have a buffer overflow. So if the remote command execution exploit doesn't work, we could always try this buffer overflow attack. And we've got a few other ones as well. Arbitrary file upload. So it looks like this this file server is very, very vulnerable. But before we start attacking it, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at it myself. So over here, what was it? 192, 168, 214. Oh, interesting. So this is HTTP file server 2.3, and we can try logging in, but we've got all these exploits. Let's take a look at the code for this particular website. Okay, so because we've got such a long list of potential exploits we could use on this web server, we're just going to skip to one of these. So let me try this remote command execution one over here. So we're going to do search exploit -m to look for, to copy over this particular exploit script. So let's do that. And let's rename this file. So we're going to rename this file to hfs_exploit.py. And then we're going to take a look at the exploit script over here to figure out what's going on. So this is a remote command execution exploit. It is running Python 3. It's using base64, OS, URL libparse, lira librequest, and URL libparse. So these are all standard libraries for Python. So I don't have to deal with anything weird. And it looks like we have to supply some variables. We've got lhost, lport, rhost, rport. Okay, so in this case, we need to supply the IP address of our attacker system. So lhost. So our attacker system is 192.168.206, and the L port, I like to use port 443, and the R host, that's going to be the IP address of the remote system, which is the target system, which is the victim system, which is 192.168.214. Okay. So what do we have here? Define the command to be written to a file. So it looks like we've got some, this looks like PowerShell. This looks like some PowerShell commands that are being sent to the server. Okay, we encode the command into base64 format. Then we define the payload to be included in the URL. Okay. Encode the payload and send an HTTP GET request, print some information, and then listen for connections. All right, so I'm assuming what this exploit script is going to do is it's going to get the web server to send a reverse shell command back to our attacker system. Okay, let's go ahead and try this out. We've already set up the variables, and let's save out the buffer here, and let's try running this exploit script. So it's going to be Python hfs exploit.py. Okay, so it looks like we got a reverse shell. That was easy. All right, let's make sure that we can. We're the hacker user. We're the hacker user? I guess we are the hacker user because it says so right here. All right, so we successfully broke into the server. So of course we've got to call in our good buddy Scary Hacker Voice guy. Actually, wait, let's do this the fancier version of Scary Hacker Voice guy. Scary Hacker Voice guy 2. Just a second.
Hey there, everybody. It's Scary Hacker Voice Guy. I'm back. And we're here to break into another web server. Well, it looks like you forgot to update your software, huh, Mr. Web Administrator? You decided that it would be okay to use your insecure and old version of HTTP file server, huh? Maybe you knew about the security implications here, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, so we're in, everybody. From here, we need to figure out how to do privilege escalation on the target. I hope that this isn't another case where we have the SE impersonate privilege and we can throw a potato at the Windows server. Okay, so let's figure out what privileges we have. So we are the hacker user. What privileges do we have? We have the SE impersonate privilege again? Does that mean we can do another potato attack? That'd be kind of lame if we use the same exploit to exploit both of these Windows targets in the same stream. But you know what? A win's a win. Let me figure out. Okay, so this is SE impersonate privilege, right? We can go ahead and take a look at what was the. I was looking at a blog article for which potato, right? Which potato? Hold on. If it works, why not? I guess so. I've actually looked at 3 different machines that all were vulnerable to potato exploits in this week alone. So it seems like it's a little bit too common. So which potato exploit? Okay, so here, which potato exploit? Too long didn't read. So if the machine is Windows 10 or above, use Rogue Potato. If it is not, use Juicy Potato. So this is 2016, I think. Let's get the system information. Nam nam nam. Okay, let's take a look. So this is an x64 based PC. So this is a 64-bit system. All right. Well, if this is actually vulnerable to, let me just double check that. So our privileges, we do have SE impersonate privilege. Okay. Well, let's just move into the C user public directory. And we've got the, okay, there's the user flag in here as well. So potatoes have vitamin C and B6. They sure do. So everybody, if we manage to finish this exercise super quick by using the potato exploit, we'll be doing more more hacking challenges after this. But let's see if it works first. So first of all, let's download all of our usual suspects. So we need to download netcat, and we need to download the Juicy Potato exploit. And let me go ahead and set that up. So we just happen to have the netcat. We just happen to have the netcat binary in here, and we also have the Juicy Potato exploit ready to go. So let's go ahead and try uploading that to the target. So we're going to do the Python server, and then we're going to use certutil to download the files. So we're going to download netcat.exe, and we're going to save it to netcat.exe. Okay, so we downloaded that, and next we're going to download Juicy Potato. So it's juicypotato.exe. We're going to save it as jp.exe. Okay, so now we're I'm gonna try. Wait. This is a different version of Windows though. So we need to look up the CLS ID for this particular version of Windows, and this Windows is 2012, I think. So this is Microsoft Windows Server 2012. So let's go and find the CLS IDs for that. So Windows Server 2012. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at these CLS IDs. Okay, so we're going to try this CLS ID because it's associated with the NT authority system. Copy that. We're going to set up the command in another terminal. How about this one? Okay, so from here we've got our CLS ID, and we're gonna craft the command that we're gonna use over here in this terminal because we can move around freely in here. We're gonna replace the CLS ID from the previous system. We're gonna use this CLS ID, and everything is gonna stay the same. We put all of our exploits in the C users public directory, so this stuff isn't gonna change. And we're gonna try using the 1330, the hacker port over here, and let's see if it works. If it works, then that's a very quick win. Oh, the last thing we need to do is we need to set up our reverse shell listener. So it's going to be rlwrap netcat 443. Okay. So over here, this is the command we're going to give. So we're going to use juicy potato. The listening port is going to be this one over here. We're going to run netcat, which we uploaded to the target, and we're going to run the system32cmd.exe command with this CLS ID. If this doesn't work, then we might have to switch out our CLS ID here, but let's see if this one works. Okay, nothing happened. We didn't see anything. We didn't see any output, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't work. So we can go back to our netcat listener and see if it caught anything. It didn't catch anything. Okay, so because it didn't catch anything, and we also don't have any output here. So what could be the issue? Let me copy this command first of all, and we can start. We can start modifying the command a little bit to see if there are anything that we can change. Let's change the listening port to port 3333, and let's change out the CLS ID over here to something else, and let's see if we get a different result. So over here we've got more CLS IDs to try out. Let's try this one. Okay, I'm going to paste that into a command that I'm just editing off screen. And let's go ahead and let's try this command. So here what we've changed is the listening port on the local system, and we've changed out the CLS ID. Let's see if this thing works. Wait, what? Oh, no. Our juicy potato binary is still there. Okay, we don't see any output. So maybe this system is not vulnerable to juicy potato. Okay, so we still got. So this binary here might have an exploit that gives us privilege escalation, but we need to look this up. So maybe over here, can search exploit more time, HFS 2.3. Okay, so we've got remote command execution, arbitrary file upload, buffer overflow. Okay, so from here, I'm going to try running WinPeas. WinPeas is the script that looks for vulnerabilities on a Windows target, and I just need to download it. Let's try WinPeas over here. So this is the GitHub repository for WinPeas, Windows Privilege Escalation Awesome Scripts, and find the latest versions on the releases page. So we're just going to do that. Where is it? So WinPs any, this is the link I'm looking for over here. I'm going to copy this. And you know what? I think I'm going to upgrade my shell. So this shell that the exploit gave us, it doesn't seem all that great. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up another reverse shell. So let's see, we're going to use netcat. So it's going to be nc.exe to our attacker machine. Thank you very much for following Zuniper. Zuniper, is that how you pronounce your name? Please let me know if that's how you pronounce your name. Thank you very much, Zuniper. And hey, we haven't done a Hack the Planet in a little while, so let's do a fun video redeem, Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's run netcat over here to give us a better reverse shell. So we should be able to catch this on the other shell over here that we set up. No, it didn't. Huh. Is it because netcat isn't working? Is netcat not working? So if we just run jp.exe, that doesn't give us any output either. Miss Honey says, this was fun. Well, I have to leave for the night. Hope I can catch the next one. Well, thank you very much for coming today, Miss Honey. And how about we give you one last Nyan Cat to see you out. But thank you very much for coming by today. Okay, so hope to see you in the next one, Miss Honey, and yeah, have a great night. Okay, so we haven't gotten... There's also a temporary directory in here. Actually, you know what? Can we create files in here? So let me try echoing out something. We are making files, and we're going to redirect this into test.txt. So we created type. Yeah. So for some reason, both netcat.exe, this isn't working. I wonder why. I wonder why we can't get these binaries to run. I'm gonna try uploading the WinPs file to this directory. And if I'm not able to get it to run, we're going to have to figure out how to get ourselves a better shell, one that can actually execute files. Okay, so WinPs any, copy that link, and then let's download it. Okay, and then restart our Python server. And then we're going to use certutil to download that file. Hold on, let me... Okay, what is the name of the file one more time? The name of this file is winpsany.exe. Okay. winpsany.exe. We're going to save this as wp.exe. Okay, so we are able to download files. So if we try executing this script, nothing happens. What if we... What is this directory? Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. This is the hacker downloads directory. Okay. So I think the reason why everything has been failing, well, one of the reasons why everything could be failing is because we're giving the wrong directory path. So So C users hacker public. Okay, so let's move into the hacker directory. This was the downloads. Downloads directory. Got all this stuff here. Okay. Okay, so I think what we need to do, because we're in the user hackers downloads directory, and the commands that I was giving were for the C users public directory. So I'm going to need to change out I'm going to need to change out these directory paths. So this is users hacker downloads, and to run hacker downloads. Okay, so I've got a new command, and the new command references, the new command references C users hacker downloads instead of C users public. Okay, let's try this command. Well, we gave the command, but nothing happened again. Okay, let me. So nothing's executing over here. None of these binaries are executing anyways. Oh, that's weird. Oh, this is a PowerShell. Wait, this is a PowerShell. This is PowerShell. Okay. So I guess this changes things a little bit. All right, let's adjust the command so that it works with PowerShell. Okay, so we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're going to watch some birds for just a minute. So go ahead and enjoy this bird eating peanuts. And we'll be back in about a minute, and I'm just going to take a little water break. This bird is switching up his peanuts. He doesn't like this peanut, he wants the other peanut. How about that peanut? So this is something that stellar jays do when they see a lot of peanuts. They'll shake the peanuts, and they'll try to figure out which peanut they want. I don't know exactly how they figure out which peanut is the best one, but they've got a system. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Glacier1414. Thank you very much for the follow. You are now HackerFrog, and let's put the birds away. Okay, so everybody, let's hack the planet. That's what we do.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in.
Okay, so I've got a new command over here, and this is going to comply with the PowerShell terminal that we have. So let's put in this command here. I'm just going to run in this directory jp.exe with all these arguments here. Hopefully this all works and we catch our reverse shell, which means that we have finished the box. Let's go ahead and do that. NT authority system created process with token OK. So this, did it work? It worked! Hey! Thank you very much for following Jazzy on Twitch. Thank you very much. And let's do another redeem. We have a bunch of redeems over here. This redeem is from the Nerdcore rap video. It's kind of a hacker anthem. It's called All the Things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers.
Okay, so we got there. We got there eventually. It wasn't super smooth or super pretty, but we are now NT Authority system, which means we have finished the exercise. So we were able to use the potato exploit again, because the potato is the best thing ever. Uh, anyways, thank you very much for following Hanzo O Shinobi. Thank you very much. And yeah, so let's give you a fun redeem as well. We've got how about the Devil's Bedroom? Does anybody know this one? Devil's Bedroom.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom.
Okay, so Mike EO says, who's the artist of that song? So let's look this up. So all the things by Dual Core. So if anybody's interested in checking out the full song, it's going to be at this link over here. I'll drop the link in the chat. I can't play this song on the stream because it's going to get me in trouble with YouTube. But you can go ahead and check out the full video. It's a really good video. And it is a hacker anthem. It's all about drinking all the booze and hacking all the things. But yeah, it's over 12 years old at this point. So when did it come out? So that would have been 2013. That was a long time ago. Anyways, that's not a way to feel old at all. Okay, so we're now NT Authority system, which means we can go and retrieve the flag. It's going to be in the administrators folder. So users. Okay, so remember, because this is a Spanish system, it is not the administrator directory. It's the administrador directory. So this is something that that can get you in trouble if you're used to hacking on English systems. So this is a Spanish language system. So we have to go into the administrador directory. Okay, so from here we can go into the desktop directory, and there's the root.txt flag over here. So just to be polite to the CTF organizers, we're not going to read the... Ian actually asks, can you change the locale? I don't think we can change the locale because it involves like renaming all of the all the files on the system. If there was an easy way to do that, then I would do it. But I don't know. I don't know how to do it. If anybody knows how to change the locale for a Windows VM, please let me know. But yeah, we're not going to read the root.txt file, but we are going to access it. So we're just going to do type root.txt, and we're going to redirect that into iRead root.txt, which is another file. And then we see that there is both root.txt and iRead root.txt in here, which means we've effectively read the root.txt file and completed the exercise. Set win system local. Set win system local. Is that going to change? Is that going to change the names of the directories? Let me back out of here and give this a try. So let's do PowerShell. Okay, so are we able to start up a PowerShell prompt? No, it looks like we're not able to start up a PowerShell prompt, and we've also locked out the terminal. Maybe after reboot? I mean, log out from the system. Okay, so over here. Hold on, I need to cough. So over here we do have a PowerShell prompt. So it would be set win system local. Personal curiosity. Oh, no problem, no problem. All right, so we've effectively finished this exercise here because we were able to get access to the root.txt flag. I think even if I could change the locale for this particular system, I think I wouldn't do it, because like in a realistic scenario where you're hacking into like somebody else's network, you wouldn't change the language of their Windows, because that would be kind of a red flag that we're messing with it, right? But anyways, I want to assure everybody that we do not endorse criminal activities on this stream. Glacier1414, what do you usually do when the terminal locks in a reverse shell? So if a terminal locks in a reverse shell, the only thing you can do is just exit the reverse shell and set it back up again. So so if I needed to access the system again, I would have to set up my reverse shell again, which would basically be just doing the same command again. So we would do the juicy potato exploit again and run it. And then over here, we got a reverse shell again. Just like this. What is this? Oh, there's no ls. Ls no se reconoce como un comando interno o externo. I do not speak Spanish. Programa o archivo por lotes executable. Anyways, well, okay, so we're finished with the exercise. Let's get out of here. But thank you very much for watching this live hacking video, live hacking session for, what was this called? This particular system was called the Espeto Malagueno challenge from thehackerslabs.com. ls is not in the command internal of external. Internal of external, that sounds a bit weird. Okay, so we've got some time. We've got about 90 minutes before we have to stop the stream. So we're going to do some extra hacking challenges. So there's a site that I've discovered recently. It's another Spanish hacking site, and that site is called. Let me go down to the bottom here. It's called Docker's Labs. So Docker Labs over here. And this is dockerlabs.es. So this is a site where you can download Docker containers and hack against those. So inside of each of these Docker containers is a vulnerable system, and you hack against the vulnerable system. Mike says, "Drink all the booze, hack all the things." Did you check out the video? It's a really good song. I really like it a lot. So I'm going to show you how to download and deploy these Docker containers on your Kali Linux system. So this is what you do. So I think I can set this, translate it from Spanish to English over here. I'm going to do that. And let's see how many of these easy systems we can complete in 90 minutes or so. 8-Bit Bandit says, hello 8-Bit Bandit, nice to see you here. Let's give you a redeem. How about go to hack?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hope you're having a great day, 8-Bit Bandit. Mike says, are these similar to actual Docker containers? I use Docker for my AI projects. Yeah, so these are actual Docker containers. You're downloading the containers and you're deploying them on your local system, and then you can do hacking against them. So we're just going to go over to the very easy category, and we've got this. I've already done this challenge here called injection. We're going to try this one called trust. So we're just going to download the container, and it's actually a very easy, deploying the containers is actually very easy. I'm going to click on this button to download the machine, the container, and just download it. After that, it's going to take a little bit to download it. This is only 140 megabytes. It should download pretty quick. Okay, so we've downloaded the container. we're gonna move. So let me do a little bit of cleanup. So we've got all of our terminals over here. They're all running a bunch of stuff. I need to clean these up. And I need to shut down my Windows virtual machine. So each one of these Windows virtual machines is going to eat up a lot of RAM. So when you're done with them, you definitely want to close them down. Okay. So let's move into the downloads directory where the container was downloaded to. So we're going to see that trust.zip. This is the name of the challenge. We're going to unzip this thing. So unzip trust. And this auto deploy script was also unzipped. So we can actually use the auto deploy script to deploy the container. So we're just going to chmod autodeploy.sh, and let's take a look at the auto deploy script before we run it, just in case there's something malicious in here. So what is this? These are colors. I did not know what the colors are in Spanish. So rojo is red. Amarillo, I think, is brown. Verde is green. Azul is blue. Cyan is cyan. Blanco is white. Gris is gray. Negrita is black. And okay. So it's printing out this banner over here, and then it's running some sort of loop. So I think what this is doing is it's deploying the Docker container over here with a bunch of Docker commands. And okay, I don't think there's anything malicious inside the script, so I'm going to be okay running it on my system here. But then again, it would be really funny if I got hacked on stream, if I just decided to run this script and then, it deleted everything on my virtual machine. That would be very, very funny. But let's run the script then, because it could be hilarious. Okay, so we need to run autodeploy.sh, and we need to indicate the tar file. So the tar file in this case is trust.tar. Let's run that. Estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable. Espere un momento. Okay, so the machine has been deployed. Desplegada, I guess desplegada is deploy, right? So the IP address we need to access is this. So this should be the website for the vulnerable machine. So let's go ahead and access that machine from the internet, or sorry, from our web browser. Okay, this is a Debian page. Interesting. Okay, so this is an Apache web server that's running over here, and I guess what we're going to do is we're going to do some web app hacking. Okay, so from here we know that the IP address for the machine is over here. We can do an nmap scan against it. So let's do nmap. Anything else? Okay. So it looks like we only have 2 ports. We got port 22 open, and we got port 22, and we have port 80. So first of all, on port 22, we've got our usual SSH service. And on port 80, we have an Apache web server. So from here, we have to do some enumeration on the web app. So we're just going to let's try using dirb. So we tried dirb. We're only able to find index.html. That's okay. Let's try Nikto. Nikto doesn't find too much else so far. I guess what we could do is we could try using a more sophisticated web directory busting tool. So something like GoBuster. So we could run GoBuster on this thing. So we're going to run GoBuster and look for some endpoints on the web browser. And it's going to be, we're going to look for some extensions. So maybe we're going to look for HTML. We're not going to look for ASP. We're going to look for PHP, zip files, back files, text files, and we're going to see if we can find any of these type of files on this target. So let's go ahead and run GoBuster. We found a secret.php endpoint. Okay, so we need to check this out. All right. Let's go back to the web browser, and we can go to secret.php. Hola Mario, esta web no se puede hackear. Can we translate those? Translate. There's no translate button here. Let us use Google Translate. So translate.google.com. You cannot hack this page, I think it says. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just I want to use the translation software. Okay. Esta web no se puede hackear. This website cannot be hacked. Okay. Okay. All right. So, well, I mean, that's obviously not true. But let's go back. Not here. Oh, we've got all these tabs. I need to start closing some of these tabs. It's just too much. Okay, where was this thing? Yeah, too many tabs open at the same time. Here we go. Oh, and the title of the page is Secret. Nice. All right, so the first thing we can do is we can take a look at the web page source for this page. Hola Mario. So this is a sign. So we have a username, Mario. If we have a username, we could probably try to brute force the SSH password for the Mario user and see if we can find a valid match. So we would do that using Hydra. So we know that Mario is on the system, and we know that the SSH port is open. So we can do Hydra against the SSH service. Okay, so Hydra is a brute forcing tool. It can do online brute forcing attacks as long as you give it a username and a list. So Glacier1414 says, how could they do a PHP file but only HTML? Well, I mean, we can't see the PHP code. Even if there is PHP code, we wouldn't be able to see it inside of the web of the HTTP source. So let's see. So we've got a file we need to provide here. It's going to be user wordless share user share wordless. Sorry, user share wordless rocku.txt. Okay, so we're going to try brute forcing this thing. We're going to give it 64 threads. That's the maximum number of threads we can give it to make it super fast, because SSH brute forcing is very, very slow. So we're just going to try to do it as fast as possible. If this locks us out, then If it locks us out, then it locks us out. So this is all we have right now. Oh, no root to host. Oh, right. I need to change out the, right. We need to have the right IP address, everybody. It is this one. Okay. Okay, so are we brute forcing? We found it right away. Mario Chocolate. All right. Well, I guess we have a way in now. Mario Chocolate, we were able to. So this is what we did. We accessed the web page that we found via directory brute forcing, and then we found a username. Because we found a username, we could try to brute force this username's SSH using the Hydra program, and we're able to successfully get a credential match, Mario Chocolate. So let's log in as Mario to the server. Mario. So the password is chocolate. Wait. No root to host? Oh. Wait. What was that IP address? It's 18. Okay. Okay, so chocolate. Awesome. Okay, so there's probably nothing in here. Yeah. All right, so anyways, I think I might be doing this a lot, so
Hey, it's Scary Hacker Voice Guy. We're gonna be doing this a lot, but anyways, we managed to brute force your SSH login, Mario, because you left it on your secret page. Maybe you knew about this problem, or maybe you didn't. Either way, we're in.
okay, so from here, what we need to do is we need to figure out how to elevate our privileges. So I am a little bit better at doing privilege escalation on Linux as opposed to Windows. So I'm going to demonstrate a couple of different privilege escalation vectors. So the first thing we could do is we could try to figure out if there are any sudo commands that Mario has access to. We do this with sudo-l. We provide the password chocolate. And we can run this command over here, vim. So vim is a terminal text editor. And if we can run vim as sudo, then we can interrupt the sudo program and open up a shell. And when we open up that shell, we're going to be the root user because we're running the vim program as sudo, which means it's running as the root user. So if you want to know how to exactly how to run these commands for sudo, you would go over to a website called GTFOBins. GTFOBins.github.io. Glacier says, Vim has a .sh command. Yes, well, I mean, it has a, you can run any command from Vim. So, okay, so this is GTFOBins. Let me get everybody a link to the website. And on GTFOBins, you can actually look up how you can do privilege escalation with a bunch of different Linux binaries if you have certain access to them. For example, sudo or SUID access or shell access, whatever it is. You can look up the binary in here. So for example, vim. And here for vim, we've got an entry for sudo access. So we can click on this. And it says, if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So, can we just run this? Sudo vim command bin sh? This seems a bit this seems a bit convenient. This seems a bit too good to be true. If we can just run this one-liner and get root access, that would be great. So what is this doing? So we're running sudo with vim, and we're getting vim to run a particular command. It's going to run bin sh, which is the most basic shell program. And if this executes, then it's going to give us, because we're running it as sudo, it's going to give us a root shell. So let's go ahead and try. So copy this, go back here, paste in the command, and then we are root. So what we do is we give this redeem.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we managed to root the system because we were able to get sudo access with the vim binary over here. So when you run sudo, you're running the command as the root user, and if you can run a command as the root user that opens up a shell, then whatever shell that is going to open up is going to be a root shell. Okay, so the thing about these challenges is that there's no flag. There's no flag for us to access to prove that we finished the challenge. So the point of the challenge is just to become the root user. So basically, if you can go inside the root directory, which we just did here, you've basically finished the challenge. Okay, so that was one challenge, and we could probably finish maybe 2 or 3 more before we have to finish up the stream. Let's go ahead and move over to the next challenge. So let me exit out of here. Oh, I'm in Vim. I can't exit Vim. That's a stereotype. Anyways, okay, let's shut down this this Docker container, and then let's download the next challenge. So over at Docker Labs, we're going to download the next challenge here. It's called Break My SSH. Okay, we can download that. So if anybody feels like joining along with us, these if you have Kali Linux, or if you have any version of Linux with Docker installed, you can deploy these Docker containers very easily yourself. So it looks like, did we download? I don't think we did. Hold on. Okay, so this is shut down. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping and delete these other files. Okay. Yeah, did we I don't think we downloaded this. Let me try reloading this page. Okay, let's download it. This is only 46 megabytes. So the great thing about these Docker containers is they're not very resource intensive. So you just need to have a virtual machine, a Linux virtual machine with Docker installed. So preferably something with security tools like Kali Linux, and then install Docker onto it. And then you can download these Docker containers, which are not very big, so you don't have to worry about hard drive space. And you can just deploy these to Docker and then access them from your Linux machine. Okay, so we've got it downloaded now. So let's go ahead and unzip this file. So breakmyssh.zip. So we're going to unzip it. And then we're going to run the auto deploy script. But we need to make the auto deploy script executable first. And then, okay, we're going to deploy the container. So that was quick. We can access the container from this IP address here. Let's go ahead and run an nmap scan. And what do we have running? So there's only an SSH port running on this machine. So there's no web port. This is OpenSSH 7.7. Is this version of OpenSSH vulnerable? Let's do a little search exploit on it. Oh, we can get username enumeration. Okay. Okay, so in most cases, OpenSSH isn't something that's vulnerable, but in this case, they're running a very old version of OpenSSH, so it is vulnerable to certain exploits. So we've got username enumeration. If we can get the username, then we can try brute forcing the SSH login for those users. So let's go ahead and check out this exploit script. So we're going to run search exploit with -m, and we're going to give this number here. So 445 something something. Okay, so this is the Python script here. We've got all sorts of stuff in this directory already. Where's that Python script? Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, we're going to rename this Python script as something we can remember. So we're going to rename this to sshhack.py. No, sshUser enum.py. Okay, and then let's take a look inside the script and see what's going on here. Okay, so this is a Python script. It looks like this was published in 2018, which means we're probably still dealing with Python 3. But sometimes these exploit scripts are written in Python 2, so you need to be aware of that. Okay, so let's take a look. So we're importing a lot of stuff here. argparse, logging, paramiko, multiprocessing, socket, sys, JSON. So I'm kind of concerned that we might not have some of these libraries, and installing libraries for Python can be kind of a pain sometimes. So let's see. Store a function we will overwrite to malform the packet. Okay, so we've got some create malicious add boolean function to malform the packet. Create function to call when valid username is invalid. Failed to negotiate SSH transport. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to cross our fingers and hope that we have all the modules for this exploit script installed already. And we're going to try running the script. So Python sshUser enum.py. It says inconsistent use of tabs and spaces in indentation. This is on line 35. So we need to debug this script. Thank you very much to Glacier1414 for subscribing with Tier 1 on Twitch. Thank you very much for the subscription. And let me give you a fun little video redeem. How about what do we got? Oh, the bully bird. This is one of my favorite redeems. It's one bird bullying another, but it's too darn cute. So if anybody's wondering what the big version of this would be, I've got the original footage over here. Just a second. Bully bird. Here we go. Okay, so we got this bird. It's a very rainy day, and he's trying to get some peanuts. But as he's eating the peanuts, this bird is going to swoop in, and he's going to start bullying the other bird. So this bird over here is very sad and very afraid and is being bullied. So even birds bully each other. Sad to say. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for subscribing, Glacier 1414. Okay, so let's go ahead and debug this script. So it says inconsistent use of tabs and spaces. So this is line 35. Let's go ahead and check this out. Here. Ah, okay. So the rest of these are tabs, right? Oh, wow. This is no good. So this is how many spaces? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is, oh, this is, they're using 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, hopefully they don't have a bunch of other tabs in here. Because if they have other tabs in here, I'm going to have to change each one of these. Oh, this is another tab. Yeah. So Python doesn't like it when you use tabs and spaces in the same script. So always try to use either tabs or spaces, but don't mix them. Yeah, this is a big mess. Okay. What we got? Nano? Ayanashi doesn't like the nano. Unfortunately. Okay. What is wrong with this thing? Okay, what else? We've got so much of this stuff. I do not like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Vim for life, lazy v nvim meow meow is best. Okay, thanks guys. I only use nano because it's easy. It is very intuitive. Transport. Man. Except, okay. Okay. I hate this. Stop using Stop mixing these tabs and spaces. Oh, there's so much more of this. No. All right. You know what? Maybe I can get ChatGPT to rewrite the script. Hold on. I'm just going to copy this all. That's the reason you not need to use nano. Maybe. Let's cat this out. Let's feed this to the AI. Oh, you know what? Let's try DeepSeek. So we've got DeepSeek, which is the new hotness, and verifying I'm human. How many times do I need to verify I'm human? Okay, so DeepSeek is the new hot AI. Let's figure out if it can rewrite this code. Rewrite this Python code. It has both spaces and tabs for indentation, which we do not want. Okay, provide the script. Here is the rewritten Python code with consistent indentation using spaces, 4 spaces per indentation level. I've also cleaned up formatting for better readability. This is not going very fast. Okay, so this is going to take a little while to... actually, can I just copy right now? Robotech83 says, I like DeepSeek. So far, I've built a virtual assistant. Next, I need to get it to talk. Do they have? They don't have like a text to speech for DeepSeek, do they? Let's see if this completely copied over or not, or if it only partially did. Let's call this exploit.py. Okay, I don't think it copied over completely, because this is not the last thing. Yeah. Okay, I need to wait for this is slow. Let's see. Ayanashi says, imagine using GPT with NVIM, do it automatically with NVIM. I'm sorry, I don't know how to do with NVIM. I don't even know if I have NVIM installed here. Let's see. Glacier says, ChatGPT does not like offensive security topics. I wonder if DeepSeek is different. ChatGPT, I think I've got my ChatGPT trained to the point where it is okay as long as I say the word CTF over and over again. So I just say CTF, I'm doing a CTF, and then it'll help me for offensive security stuff. But let's see. Okay, so let's copy this over. Copy. And I'm going to ask it this question. Actually, wait, I don't need to. It modified the script. I don't know. I don't know if DeepSeek modifying the script made it unusable or not. But anyways, let's go ahead and paste in the script. Dang, this is long. Okay. Let's see. Type error, property object is not subscriptable. So I think something went wrong when it rewrote the script. Anyways, let's tell it to just correct. Please only correct the tab and space indentation. Do not rewrite anything else. Okay. Consistent for space, only the indentation has been fixed, no other changes have been made. Great. Okay, so we're just going to wait a little bit because it's going to take its sweet time thinking about this. Otherwise, of the script provided. Yeah, hopefully. But there were other scripts over here. Where was it? Search exploit. SSH 7.7, I think. 7.7? Yeah, there are two other Python scripts. So if this Python script doesn't work, we can always use one of the other Python scripts over here. There are two more. But anyways, let's try. Has it finished? Nope, it's still going. Let's see. Nate Neff says, I read you can bypass DeepSeek censorship by speaking in hex. If it does have issues with security stuff, you could try that. I've also heard that if you use foreign languages, like maybe if you try French, then you can get around topic censorship by using foreign languages. So if you try French, or if you try Hebrew, or if you try some other foreign language, it might be able to get around it. It's actually a pretty common technique for getting around restrictions for LLMs. Okay, let's try this thing. Where are we? Here? No, here. Okay. Let's get rid of all the code, and then let's replace all the code. Okay. Paste in the code, save the modified buffer, Python this thing. Missing parenthesis and call it to print. Oh, this is a Python 2 script. Okay. Well, it looks like we have to run Python 2. So no module named Paramico. Yeah, so this is obviously Python 2 syntax. We might need to rewrite this one more time, but make sure that it follows Python 3 syntax. So let's ask it for one more rewrite. This is using Python 2 syntax. We want to change it so it is compatible. Compatible Python 3. Here's the updated version of the code modified to be compatible with Python 3. The changes include updating print statements, fixing map usage, and ensuring proper handling of file operations. Only the necessary changes for Python 3 compatibility have been made. So this is what I want, so I guess DeepSeek wins some points in that column. Thank you. Multiprocessing socket sys JSON logging. Okay, so the print statement over here has been fixed. I wonder if I should be taking a look at these other Python scripts, because there are two other scripts that that could probably do the same thing. So let's try downloading those as well. Let's like this one over here. And we're going to call this exploit 2 maybe. So this thing exploit2.py. And let's take a look at this thing. So this is still Python 2 stuff. Okay. Well, and it looks like it's using most of these same libraries, except it's not using JSON. Anyways, let's go back and let's copy out this code here. Copy, copy. Okay. So one more time. Hopefully this is third time's the charm. Paste in this exploit code, save it out. Python exploit.py. Type error, property object is not subscriptable. Property object is not subscriptable. This is in line 30. Let's identify where this is. Okay. So we got the error that this is not subscriptable. I'm not very good at coding in Python. Let's see. It's possible that DeepSeek might be hallucinating on a library it doesn't know about, Paramico. Let's try pointing out the error to DeepSeek and seeing if it can correct this error. Okay, so when we ran the script, we encountered this error. Okay, so the error occurs because handler table in the Paramico class is a property in the newer versions of Paramiko and cannot be accessed or modified using dictionary-style indexing. This is a breaking change in Paramiko's internal implementation. To fix this issue, we will need to update the code to work with the newer versions of Paramiko. Here's the corrected version of the script. Okay. So the correction should be in this line of the code. So okay, so we're just going to wait for this for a little bit. In the meantime, we could try downloading the other. I wonder if it's possible to exploit this manually. So first of all, let's take a look at the CVE for this vulnerability. So the CVE for the vulnerability was back in 2018, I think. So CVE is this. And I wonder if there's a Metasploit module for this. There might be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the Metasploit console. And I'm going to search for the CVE. I might not need to search for CVE. Maybe I can just search for SSH 7.7. But anyways, let's give this a go. So that would be search. Just search for this CVE. Okay. All right. So we've got a. This is much better than dealing with weird Python code, weird Python scripts. We can just use this. We can just use this scanner. Okay. So show options. Okay. So check false. Required no, database all users, false, proxies, our host. So we need to provide a host. So the host for this target is here. So we can set our host to this, and our port, threads, threshold, username, user file containing usernames, use a malformed packet. So we might need to provide some sort of list to this particular module. But aside from that, let's just run it and see what happens. Okay, auxiliary aborted due to failure bad config. Please populate db all users, user files, username. db all users, user file, username. db all users, add all users in the current database to the list. I mean, we don't have any users in the database. But anyways, let's set this to true. So db all users, we're going to set this to true. We need to set user file. User file is file containing usernames, one per line. Okay, so let's locate a file with usernames. Where can we find? Let's try seclists. So locate seclists, and we're going to look for usernames. Maybe we'll try a small list of usernames. So top usernames short list. Let's try this one. Okay. So set user file, and then this list right here. And we need to set username. Single username to check to test. Username spray. No. Okay. So I think we can run it from now. What? we found root. Okay. Do we just brute force root? That seems a bit That okay? Well, let's try it. Let's try it. Let's try brute forcing the root SSH. Seems a bit weird, but we can try. We can give it a try. Okay, so we've got ads coming up in a minute. Of course, the short list only has 17 entries. Well, we can try the root one. Let's see. P is going to be user share wordless rocku.txt, and we're looking for the username root. And the IP address, let me just get that IP address one more time. Over here. There we go. Okay. We did it. We brute forced the root user's password. Okay. All right. I guess we're gonna log in as that user then. Root at this thing. With the wait. Remote host identification has changed. It is possible that someone is doing something nasty. Someone could be eavesdropping. Is that true? We found the password. What happened here? Add correct host key to get. That's weird. SSS keygen is old. All right. Same IP for both boxes. I don't have I shut down the other box. So it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. One more time, we're going to be playing the birds, and I'm going to take a little water break. And if anybody in the audience needs to water break as well, you go ahead and get some water. Okay, so SSH keygen is old. Okay, so that's why it's giving us. Oh, right, because this is an old version of OpenSSH. So it could be that could be the reason why it's giving us some weird messages. Because the version of SSH that is being used is too old. Okay, so we got ads running for another half a minute or so. Then we will be back. Let's put the birds away. Glacier1414 says, I've encountered this problem before, and I think it might be because the SSH file is configured for the last box you SSH'd into, which shared the same IP. Oh, okay. Okay, so we can... What can we do? So add the correct host key. We could probably delete the entry from known hosts, right? Yeah, we can just remove this one from known hosts, and then it should be okay. Okay, so let's try logging in now. Yeah, okay, so that's. Thank you very much for identifying that problem, Glacier1414. I haven't run into this problem before, but looks like this looks like something we're gonna have to deal with very often when we're doing these boxes because they all have the same IP address. So thank you very much for identifying the problem. Okay, so let's paste in the password, and now we're logged in as root. So we've basically finished the box. So who am I? I'm root, so we do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Man, that's I mean, that was very very unexpected. Anyways,
Oh man, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. I've come out so many times during this stream. I'm actually getting a bit I'm exhausted. I usually only have to come out maybe 1 or 2 times a stream, but this is like the 3rd or 4th time. Anyways, your security is bad, and now we're in. Ha 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 ha.
okay, so we're root. So if we can go into the root directory and access it, then we are done. All right, so let's get out of here and let's. No. I think we can do. I think we can do at least one more box before we finish out for today. Because I usually like to go for about 4 hours on stream, and we're about 30 minutes out from there. GX000 says, I forgot that you had your stream and came out bedroom into the living room and heard Scary Hacker Man. I was like, what the hell? Sorry about that, GX000. Scary Hacker Man had to come out because we rooted another box. Anyways, so these are very easy boxes that we're doing over here on Docker Labs. So GX000 was actually there when I demoed Docker Labs for all the people at the security meetup. So we're going to be doing the next one, which is first hacking. Okay, let's go ahead and download this thing, and let's see if we can root another box. Okay, so let's get out of here. Let's shut down the Docker container. GX00 says, was I there or was I pooping? A little bit of both, perhaps. I'm not sure. But I did demonstrate doing one of the boxes on dockerlabs.es. Okay, so this thing is done. So from here, we're going to remove these files. We're going to get rid of the auto deploy file. And we've got the first hacking file in here. This is the next challenge. So we might as well unzip this thing. So yeah, if anybody wants to give these a try, I would highly encourage it because they're not super difficult challenges. Then again, like what is not super difficult for me might be difficult for you. And if you're having problems with it, then by all means go ahead and they have write-ups for each one of these machines. So if you go over here and for each one of these machines, maybe break my SSH, you can click on this book icon here, and they've got write-ups for all the machines here. So if you get stuck, you can always take a look at the write-up after you've had enough. Okay, let's do this first hacking challenge. So we're going to do chmod auto deploy, then auto deploy the machine for first hacking. .tar. Glacier 1414, these boxes love brute forcing. Is this usually a common or viable attack path? So brute forcing is something if the security is really bad, then brute forcing is an option. But if people have their security in place, then brute forcing usually leads to lockouts. But for these easy challenges, brute forcing is pretty common, I would say. I think every box loves brute forcing. Well, brute forcing, if you don't have anything better to do, try brute forcing. But I usually wouldn't do it as like a first method of action. Let's go ahead and figure out what's on this box. So we're going to nmap this thing. Are they all using the same? They're all using the same IP address. Okay. So this one is running. This is another easy box. This is super easy. It's running FTP. Okay, let's figure it out. Ian actually says brute forcing is the last action I take in pen testing. Yeah, I would say only do brute forcing if you have a very strong indication that it's going to be successful, or if you have nothing better to do, or if you've exhausted everything else. So let's try FTP into this IP address, and we'll try anonymous login. Anonymous login failed. Okay, so let's exit from here. Let's only scan port 21, because it looks like only port 21 is open. So this is FTP, this version right here. There might be a software exploit for this version. Let's go ahead and check it out with searchsploit. This is backdoor command execution. All right, well let's fire up Metasploit then. Okay, so listen. These are great. These are really great exercises for getting into hacking, I think, because why is it so easy? Well, I mean, it does say it is. These are described as very easy boxes. So I think if you're looking to get into cybersecurity and you don't you don't have very much experience, you could totally do all these challenges over here. I think this is actually really good. It's really good because it provides people with some easy wins, and easy wins help you build up your confidence when you're learning about cybersecurity. So okay. So let's search for this FTP version. We've got the backdoor execution over here. Let's use it. And let's show options. Okay, so we need to configure the R host and the R port. The exploit target is automatic. And I think, is there a payload associated with this? Okay, so R hosts, set R hosts, this IP address. Okay, we don't need this module anymore. Where are we? Here? Here. Okay, so this IP address, show targets. So there's only the automatic target. Okay, so what we're doing is we're trying to get this exploit working for this particular version of FTP, so the file transfer protocol. So the version is pretty old, and apparently there's a backdoor exploit. So show options. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about any information for our machine. So let's just try running the exploit and see what happens. Does it just give us a shell as root? Found shell, command shell session 1 opened, and we are the root user. Who am I? We're root. Okay. We can move into the root directory, and we have rooted the machine. Okay, yeah, it's another quick win. So just use the exploit, box speedrun. Maybe. I'm pretty sure some other people finished it faster than us, but this is pretty. Okay.
Oh man, it's scary hacker voice guy. Well, FTP vulnerable. Use Metasploit exploit, get root, done. Done.
Okay, so let's you know what we can do? We can try to get a better root shell just for fun. So let's go over here and let's do RL wrap, and let's do netcat and LVP. 4443. And let's run a reverse shell command over here, just so we can say we got a better shell. So let's see, we can go over to revshells.com. Revshells.com. What is my, you know what, I haven't done this before, but I need to figure out what my IP address is on the Docker network. So what is my IP address here? So on the Docker network, my IP address is 1. Okay, that's easy enough to remember. So let's plug that into revshells. And let's run a... There isn't going to be netcat. There's no netcat on this Docker device, I'm pretty sure. Hold on. Here. So which netcat? There's no netcat. There's bash. There is bash. Is there busybox? There's no busybox. So we have to use the bash command to get a reverse shell, potentially. Let's see. Ayanashi says app.hackthebox.com challenges last resort. Is that a brute forcing challenge? It sounds like a brute forcing challenge. Okay, so bash this one. We can try this one-liner. Okay, copy that. We're gonna paste this in. Command shell 1 session closed. Did we manage to catch a shell? We didn't catch a shell. That's unfortunate. Anyways, we finished this box. Let's get out of here, and let's do one more. I'm pretty sure we can do one more challenge before we finish out for tonight. Over here, let's shut down our machine, and let's download the next challenge. So the next challenge is also on Docker Labs. This one is called Hedgehog. Does anybody want to guess what Hedgehog, what the vulnerability is going to be? Let's try downloading this. Download that thing. Let's remove auto deploy, remove first hacking.star. Okay, I don't think headers, probably. Oh yeah, that makes sense. MC25 says headers because it's called Hedgehog. Okay, so did we finish downloading it? Yeah, okay, great. All right, so we just need to unzip it. And then make the auto deploy script. So yeah, everybody, I think Docker Labs is a great little platform for learning about offensive security stuff. So Hedgehog, whoops. Okay. So let's figure out what ports are open on this container. We're just going to do an nmap scan. It's the same IP address, isn't it? It's always the same IP address. So there's only 22 and 80. So we can go ahead and go to the web page on 80. It says tails. It says tails. Okay. All it says is tails. All right. That means what we're going to do is we're going to use curl to access this page. And the curl command is probably going to get us some information in the headers that we need to adjust in order to get a password or something, right? We're just going to curl into this page. So it says tails. This is a get command. And I think what we need to do is we need to send the not the get method, but the head method. Which was the head method with curl again? Let me get the cheat sheet. So curl cheat sheet. If we want to send the head, HEAD, -I, okay. So let's go ahead and send this thing again, the -I argument. So we sent the head header. What was the response? Maybe some post method too? Maybe. You know what? We might as well open up Burp Suite. Just so we can record some stuff. But the head method over here didn't give us. It gave us content length 6, but I can't see what the content is. The response was HTTP OK. Anyways, we've got Burp Suite. Let's try sending this through Burp Suite and see if we can get something good. So this is the IP address here. Oops, gotta copy that. Okay, so proxy, open web browser. Okay, we've got this recorded now. We can close out the burp browser, then go to HTTP history, and then here. Here, we can send this to the repeater, and then instead of get, we're going to send the head method. Send that, get a request, get the response. So there's nothing here. So maybe we can try sending the post method. The request over here. Yeah, okay. Let's try sending the post method. So instead of the head method, let's try the post method. And in the body, we're going to send heads equal true. I'm not sure what we're supposed to send here, but let's try sending it. In the response, it says tails. Oh, okay. Is it because I didn't send the head method? Maybe we need to create a cookie. Okay, let's try sending a cookie. So let's try the head method. Oops. Send this. Oh. Timed out. Ayanashi says, it's possible we get some sort of path in it. Try some derb and try some login or something hidden. Yeah, okay. We can try that. So let's go ahead and this response doesn't have. Oh, this is a request timeout. It's weird. Okay, let's go ahead and try this then. So what's the IP address? This is the IP address. Let's try derb. So it's just index.html. So this is probably index.html. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that was derb. Let's try GoBuster. Well, no. Let's try Nikto. Oh, that's the wrong IP address. The IP address that we're looking at is this. Okay. So one more time, the name of the challenge is Hedgehog. hedgehog. It's probably has something to do with the head method. Okay, so let's try GoBustering it. GoBuster. I'm thinking that it shouldn't be very difficult. No domains? I don't think so. There's nothing that indicates any domains here. So let's try HTML, PHP, back, all this good stuff. And I think it's 17 in this case. Okay, so just index.html so far. Actually, wait, maybe we can send a cookie. Maybe it's looking for a cookie. Let's try. Let's see. It was 17, what 17 something something, right? Let's try sending a cookie here. What was it for cookies? Was it B for cookies? I need to look at the curl cheat sheet again. Which was it for cookies? Headers, SSL, B file. No, B name equals value. Okay. Tails equals false. We still get, how about heads equals true? Still gives us tails. Ian actually says it's a web challenge, so usually common stuff to do is script injection, post head request, SQL, etc., etc. Yeah, no, I agree. I think the solution is probably going to be simple. So we got index.html. We could try hedgehog. When we send the actually turn this off. When we send the head method, it's content length 6, but I don't see any content here. What is the content? Seems a bit weird. Okay, we also have this Apache version. So this Apache version, the software, might be vulnerable as well. So we can go ahead and search exploit it. Oops. Okay, so this version of Apache is not inherently vulnerable. I don't see the version number here. We weren't able to find anything here. Let's try all of the methods. I wonder if there's like an FFUF guide. Method fuzz. Okay, so how to fuzz hidden directories. Maybe we're not looking at hidden directories. We've got Burp Suite. Burp Suite should be enough to do one of these challenges, right? We got our request headers, host, accept language, user agent. Hedgehog. Upgrade and secure. This is all normal stuff. Response headers. This also looks like pretty normal stuff. Connection closed, content type, etc., etc. Content length 0. Actually, wait, we don't need to send content length because doing head. I think this is not a valid request because it's being timed out by the server. The response is request timeout. I'm not sure. The answer is probably super obvious, but I'm not getting it right now. How to fuzz parameters, directories, and more. Oh, you know what? So Nikto would have been able to tell us, where's Nikto? I think I used Nikto here, right? Nope. Nikto. So this thing. Okay, MC25 says if you got Cyclist installed, you can look for headers in it. Glacier 1414, I'm struggling to understand why Metasploit payload challenges are useful to learn on CTFs. Surely on publicly available, accessible internet, all Metasploit CV payloads are getting spammed to everything at all times. Maybe it's useful for internal network pen testing, or maybe just good for beginners. So probably in the real world, you're probably not going to encounter a lot of stuff that with really old stuff that is vulnerable to Metasploit exploits. But I think it's good for beginners. It's good for beginners to learn about this kind of enumeration, to pay attention to software versions, and to be able to look this kind of stuff up. Okay, so yeah, I think MC25 has got a point. Maybe we should look for different types of headers. So let's locate seclists and grep headers. So HTTP request headers. Let's try this out. So here, and let's copy it to our current directory. Copy this thing, these headers. Are not specified, omitting directory. What? Oh, this is a directory. Is this a... Oh, this is a directory. Okay. Okay, so that's embarrassing. Let's see. Common IP address, common non-standard examples, common standard examples. Let's try common standard examples. Sure, that sounds good. Okay, let's copy this over. Okay, and then we will copy. Let's see. Ainashi says, is this a Windows machine? Maybe this is a web path exploit. Path traversal, I mean. This, I'm pretty sure all of these, this is a Linux box. This is a Linux box for sure. I mean, path traversal, I'm not too sure about, but I think I'm gonna try this this header enumeration first. So in order to do header enumeration, we need to get an example of a regular request. So this one, for example, and we need to copy this into a file. I'm going to call it request.txt. And then we're going to take a look in here. We're going to put our fuzz point here, and we're going to fuzz with all of those unusual headers. So let's just save this out, and then let's use ffuf. So ffuf, so request is request.txt, and the word list is going to be that HTTP request thing.
Okay. And let's see what happens. How many words were in that list? Ah, okay, okay. So these was my FFUF. Status 200, size 6, words 1. What? Am I getting something wrong here? Hold on. What I want to do is FFUF HTTP header fuzz. Fuzz parameters, directories, and more. Let me try asking the AI. Okay, we want to use FFUF to fuzz a web server for HTTP headers. How do we do this? Okay, thank you very much for following Ashton. And we haven't done a Hack the Planet in a while, so why don't you have a Hack the Planet on me?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Okay. So let's see, what do we have? Prepare a word list for headers, okay. And run FFUF.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
Thank you very much for the Hack the Planet, Ayanashi. Thank you. Run FFUF to fuzz headers, right? So we need to fuzz FFUF to hfuzz value. Fuzz value? Okay. Let's try it out. Okay, so here, so HTTP is going to be this one right here, 172.17.02. Its fuzz value, the word list is going to be HTTP this thing. Okay, so these all came back as size 6, so I don't know. Let's filter on size, number 6. So they all came back the same. What about getting some other files with HTTP headers? Wait, no, it's it was not search, but it's locate. Locate. Okay. So headers, common IP addresses, non-standard examples, standard examples. How about large? Permission denied. Permission denied. Oh no! I didn't. I didn't run copy. Okay, let's replace this one. Headers, fields, large. Okay. Okay, so man, there's got to be something. There's got to be a very simple solution to this problem, but I'm not finding it. I think I might I might work on this for another 10 minutes. If I can't do it in another 10 minutes, then I'm gonna have to call it because I don't want to go too late. But if anybody has any suggestions, go ahead and put them in the chat because I'm starting to run out of stuff to do. So fuzz value, IP fuzz, IP fuzz, IP fuzz. Okay, yeah, we could give that a try. Let's edit the request file. So the host. So we would fuzz here in the host header value, right? If you p-fuzz, you should see a doctor as soon as possible. Yeah, I would definitely take that advice. Okay, so let's save the modified. Something tells me. Hold on. Curl. Let's do very verbose with curl, and let's send the header, the head method. Okay, so we sent this thing with the head method. Accept everything. HTTP OK. Sent the date. Sent the server. Modified. Sent the E tag. Accept ranges. Content length. Content type. So what is this thing? Let's see. Masai Panda says, nope, fuzz after backslash in the get line. Fuzz after the backslash in the get line. Okay. Ayanashi says, fuzz UIP address. This MC25, yeah, if this was very easy, we might be going too deep on it. Yeah. Surely another Metasploit vuln on the Nmap service. Maybe. So FFUF address fuzz. Yeah, if this is supposed to be very easy, we shouldn't have to think too hard about it, right? So one more time. When we go to the web page, it just says tails. We go to index.html, it says tails. So that tells me that we should be heads or coin. Coin equals heads. How about coin equals heads? Where's my curl? Coin equals heads. No. Oh, you know what? DevTools, true. I mean, DevTools wouldn't show us very much because we were not assigned a cookie. There is no cookie there. But let's take a look at the DevTools. So we've got settings. No, I don't want to look at settings. I want to look at DevTools, more tools, web developer tools. We were given a PHP session ID? I didn't know. So local storage, nothing here. Session storage, nothing here. We have this cookie. When were we assigned this cookie? I don't think I saw this cookie in Burp Suite. So if we send this to the repeater, just send it. We get this. It didn't give us a cookie. So how do we get that PHP? Maybe assigned but not used. So what else can what else could we check out inside of the developer tools? So we got the developer tools here. Network, maybe. We could try reloading the page. The only thing that that it gets over here is the fave icon. Storage. I don't know what created this cookie. Okay, so this says tails. Maybe we can, I have no idea. Do we post something? Do we? Maybe we should just ask the AI. Maybe the AI knows everything, right? Hold on. Okay, so this is a CTF challenge with a web app. And the challenge is called Hedgehog. When we navigate to the web server, whoops, how do you spell navigate? Landing page, we only see the text tails. What do you think is going on here? Okay, so there's more than meets the eye. Well, thank you very much. Analyze the clues, hedgehog. Oh, okay, so hedgehogs are known for their spines, which might be a hint at something sharp or pointed like a needle or pointer. They curl up when threatened, which could be something that is, Glacier44 asks, does anybody in chat remember what the Nmap scan showed, or if it was useful at all? Okay, let's do Nmap again. Because, I mean, you know, why not? Oh, maybe not on this. Here? Where do we have our... Here, okay. Let's Nmap this thing one more time. Nmap. And let's just do port 80. Let's see what happens. Okay, so Nmap doesn't tell us very much. Chatsubo says maybe you need to use curl to upload an exploit. What methods are available to us? Try some p-p. Well, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there was only port 80 and port 22. But you know what? Yeah, it's just port 80 and port 22. OpenSSH. So this is a modern version of OpenSSH. This is not going to have some sort of exploit. Site doesn't have a title. It just says tails. But what else does the tails could be a play on words or a hint about tails as the end of something. Tails is in a plural. Investigate the web server. Check common. Yeah, we've done this. Inspect HTTP headers. So we weren't able to find. We weren't able to find anything in the headers. Check for hidden parameters. Oh, wait. It could it be a parameter? Okay, let's go back. How about coin equals heads? Nope. Maybe check source code. Yeah, there's nothing in the source code. Coin equals heads, or heads equal true, or tails equals false. Tails, false. Nope. It's a weird challenge. Let's see. Okay. So what else does the AI think? Check for hidden parameters. This is not a bad suggestion. Check for hidden parameters. Check the source code. Tails is file traversal. It could be a hint at accessing files like etc. password using directory traversal. So wait, directory traversal? If it's directory traversal, I mean, I haven't seen anything like this before, but we could give it a try. So for example, we would do .. // a bunch of times. Okay. So we weren't able to find this. Yeah, I actually, sorry. I'm sorry I didn't, I was focused on something too much, but you're right. We should check for stuff like this. So maybe we should check for we should do some parameter fuzzing. So seclist, locate seclist, grep for parameters. Burp parameter names. Okay. Let's try copying it to this directory. And we can use ffuf nano request.txt. The host is 120. What was the IP address? Here. Okay, it would be get to here, and then fuzz equals heads. Anyways, let's try this. And then ffuf with the request. And then we would use which word list? We would use the burp parameter names. Okay, so this, let's filter on size 6. Okay, we didn't find anything. Nothing about SQL. There's not. I don't think there's no place for us to insert SQL. This is called Hedgehog. I thought we did get a weird response when we sent the head request. So too bad Burp Pro is insanely expensive. Okay, so curl. This gives us an OK, but it doesn't send us anything. I want to know what the content is, because it says content length 6, but we don't receive anything. Oh wait, we don't receive anything because it doesn't show us the content. It doesn't show us the content because this is just a head request. Right. That makes sense. Okay, let's keep on talking to the AI. So we suspect that the HTTP head method is involved solving this challenge when we send a curl head request. We receive this. .html hidden path. While you see it all the time, it sent us the, was it a 404? 403. These are 403. 403 is, it's not exactly not found, but it's, I think it's forbidden. No worries, no worries. We're all trying to, we're all trying to solve this thing, but okay, so where are we now? The HTTP head method is indeed involved in this challenge, and in the response you received probably provide valuable clues. I don't think it did. Web software inversion. Wait. This Apache version isn't vulnerable, right? I'm pretty sure it's not. No, it's not. Last modified. No, this is not. This is also not part of the challenge. Use the head method to enumerate resources. What? We can do that? I don't think this is okay. Well, this seems really weird. Where was that curl command? Yeah, it says this is not found. This is not found. Nope. Watch it be another Hydra brute force where the user's name is heads or something like that. Highly doubt it, but funny. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can. maybe we can. Okay. Hold on. Because Hydra brute force seems to be part of a lot of these challenges here. So let's give it a go. Was it heads? It would be ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, it's user share word lists rockU.txt. Okay, let's see. If it doesn't find it right away, then we're gonna change it over to the word tails instead. So it's currently at heads. It's not showing us anything. I think imagine admin login. Let's try tails. To be honest, this one was a poor design for very easy. Maybe, or I mean, maybe I'm just not seeing it the way they would see it. Maybe there's something super obvious I'm not getting. But it is supposed to be super. It is supposed to be very easy. So I don't understand. Okay. Okay. All right. So, all right. I've got to go. I've got to eat dinner. I'm very, very hungry. But let's try to find some good quality InfoSec streamers for us to Fixit42. Awesome. Fixit42 is a very dedicated cybersecurity channel for exploring all sorts of stuff. I think she's taking a look at binary exploitation right now. Oh, what is this? Oh, thank you very much for gifting the Tier 1 subscriptions, Glacier1414. Thank you very much. That's very, very generous of you. And if you got a gifted subscription, please say thank you to Glacier1414. But let's take a look at Fixit's channel over here and see what they're doing. Anyways, let's give Glacier a fun video redeem. And how about All the Things? I love this song.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Huh, is Fixit42 not online right now? I guess they're not. Okay, let's check over at the InfoSec streamers site one more time. And if anybody has some suggestions for who to raid, let us know. Let us know if you've got a favorite Twitch streamer who could use some raiding love. Let's take a look at who's on Twitch right now. Oh, the science stream. There's always the science stream. So the science stream is all about teaching science, and so they're a pretty fun channel. Let's copy their address, and let's when you arrive on the science stream, if you could give this raid message, I would really appreciate it. It would be frog hip hop hack frog, like this. So yeah. So we raid in order to give good vibes and pass on viewers to other deserving channels. And let's send it over to the science stream. But anyways, we're going to be back on Monday, and we're going to be doing more digital forensics. So we're going to do digital forensics, and then we're going to do more. You know what? Are you interested in seeing more Windows hacking, or would you rather see some Linux hacking for a change? Let me know. I've been on a bit of a Windows hacking streak, but if you guys are not interested in watching more Windows hacking, let me know, because I wanna show you guys the stuff that you guys want to see. So let me know if you want more Windows hacking, or if you want more Linux hacking, or if you want something else. If there's something super special that you really want to see, let us know. Before we go on to the science channel, the science stream. Okay, so before we go, let's do one last hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let's start the raid. And I'd like to say thank you very much to all of the great chatters today. Great chatters like maybe some pwn challenges. Binary exploitation. Let me think about that, because I was thinking about doing binary exploitation a little bit later, but let me do a little bit of research on doing binary exploitation challenges. But thank you very much to good chatters like Ayanashi and Chatsubo and Glacier1414, MC25, as well as who else is here? MC25 and Masai Panda, GX000. Everybody else? Who else? And thank you very much. I'm going to have a great dinner, and man, I'm super hungry. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you back on Monday. All right? And see you next time.